Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I'm trapped in a cul-de-sac where the sun hasn't risen in 3 days, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The streetlights clicked off at 7:14 a.m., the way they always did, and for 2 whole seconds, our cul-de-sac looked like it was trying to become morning. Then they clicked back on, not all at once, one by one, starting with the pole in front of the McCaffrey's mailbox and moving clockwise down Bramble Glen Court. Each orange bulb gave a tired little buzz and warmed back to life. The pavement stayed wet looking under them, though it hadn't rained. The houses stayed flat and gray. The sky above the roofs had the same bruised, pre-dawn color it had worn when I took the trash out at midnight. Across the street, somebody's sprinkler system coughed awake and began ticking water over a lawn that didn't need it. I stood in my driveway with a trash bag in one hand and my phone in the other, watching the light sensor on the nearest pole admit defeat. "Okay," I said out loud. "That's weird. My name is Evan Rourke. I'm 34, male, and I live in a planned neighborhood outside Frederick, Maryland, where the houses all have names like model homes, even after people have filled them with muddy shoes, prescription bottles, and kids' plastic cups. I work remotely doing claims review for an insurance company, which means most of my day is spent looking for the point where someone's version of events stops matching the photographs. It has made me practical in the least charming way. Suspicious, my ex-wife used to say. I prefer careful. At the time, careful meant checking the weather app 3 times, then the clock, then lifting my phone toward the sky like a confused tourist. The phone said sunrise had been at 6:52. The sky disagreed. The trash truck usually came around 7:20. Brakes sighing, forks clanging against bins, the diesel engine making our windows tremble in their frames. I could hear it now somewhere beyond the entrance to the neighborhood, grinding along Briarfield Drive. That made me feel better. Normal things were still moving out there. Men in neon vests were still tossing bags. Coffee machines were still hissing in kitchens. Dogs were still refusing to pee in the cold. Then the truck noise faded. Not passed by, faded, like someone had turned down a radio. I looked toward the mouth of the cul-de-sac. Bramble Glen Court curved gently left before meeting Briarfield, blocked from my view by a line of over-trimmed hollies and the brick monument sign that said Bramble Glen Estates in gold letters. Beyond that bend should have been the main road, the commuter traffic, the elementary school buses, the soft pink smear of morning behind the townhouses. Instead, there was only the orange row of lamps and the wet black ribbon of asphalt. A garage door rattled open beside my house. Evan, called Marta Klein, 59, female, my next-door neighbor on the left, retired Navy logistics officer and current president of the HOA by force of personality rather than election turnout. She came out in a quilted jacket over pajama pants, her silver hair flattened on one side. She held a travel mug with both hands and squinted up at the sky like it had personally disappointed her. "Is your power flickering?" "No, streetlights just came back on." "I saw." She stepped onto her driveway in slippers, then made a face when they touched the damp concrete. "My kitchen clock says 7:15. Mine too." She looked at my phone, then her own. "Weather says clear, maybe fog." "That is not fog." She was right. Fog has depth. It catches light and softens things. This was just dark, as if morning had been delayed at the edge of the neighborhood and nobody had sent an update. A screen door slapped across the street. "School S not canceled, is it?" Riley McCaffrey, 16, female, shouted from the porch of the blue colonial opposite mine. She wore an oversized hoodie, pajama shorts, and one sneaker. Her backpack hung off one shoulder. She had the pale, annoyed look of a teenager dragged from sleep by an adult problem. Behind her, from inside the house, a younger child complained about cereal. Her father, Tom McCaffrey, 42, male, came out after her carrying a set of car keys in his teeth while trying to zip a fleece vest. Tom sold commercial HVAC systems and treated every minor inconvenience as a negotiation that could be won by volume. He took the keys from his mouth and said, "Why is it still dark?" Marta answered before I could. "We're all asking that." Tom glanced up, then down at his smartwatch. "It's a storm front, or smoke. There were fires in Canada again last year, remember? Whole sky went orange." "This isn't orange," Riley said. "Get in the car." "I'm not going to school if the sun broke." The sun did not break. From somewhere farther around the circle, a dog began barking in hard, single bursts. Not frantic, instructional. The way dogs bark when they've found something humans should stop ignoring. Marta turned toward the sound. "That's Hank." Hank belonged to the last house on the right, the only ranch in the cul-de-sac, where Nadine Brooks, 71, female, lived alone with orthopedic shoes by the door and wind chimes that clinked even when the air was still. Nadine had been a nurse before she retired. She still taped handwritten reminders to everyone's doors about flu shots, safe driving, and bringing trash cans in before dark. Hank barked at deer, delivery drivers, plastic bags, and once at a pumpkin for almost 40 minutes. This bark sounded different because it kept stopping, followed by the faint scrape of his nails on concrete, then starting again. Tom pointed his keys at the sky. "My phone says full service." "So does mine," I said. "Then it's local, some kind of cloud cover." He said it with enough certainty that I almost appreciated him for it. My phone buzzed in my hand. A text from my younger sister, Claire, who lived 20 minutes away in Walkersville. "You alive? Mom says you didn't answer." I typed back, "Yeah, weird dark here, you." The message hung for 3 seconds, then sent. I watched the screen, expecting the typing dots. Nothing. Tom's SUV chirped as he unlocked it. Headlights blinked white against his garage door, too bright in the false morning. Riley dragged herself down the steps, still staring upward. "You should check the school district alerts," Marta told him. I did nothing. Tom opened the driver's door. "If the county's open, she's going." "Dad," Riley said, stopping near the passenger side. "What?" She pointed toward the end of the street. The orange lamps made a dotted path around the circle and down the exit curve. Past the hollies, where Briarfield Drive should have been visible in slices between branches, There was a darker band. Not a wall, not anything dramatic, just a place where the road seemed to stop showing detail. Tom laughed once, short and fake. "It's shadow." "It's not," Riley said. He looked at me as if I had been appointed judge. "You see something?" "I see it's darker down there. That's what shadows are." Marta walked to the edge of her driveway. She didn't move fast, but she moved with purpose, travel mug steaming in one hand. "Tom, wait before you drive into that." "Into what?" "Into reduced visibility." He opened his mouth to argue, but Hank barked again, closer now. Nadine appeared at the bend in the sidewalk, tugged forward by a squat brown and white beagle mix who had his nose low and tail stiff. She wore a raincoat over a nightgown and had curlers in her hair. Under the streetlights, her face looked waxy with worry. "Has anyone seen the paper?" she asked. Marta blinked. "The paper? It didn't come." Nadine's voice carried that embarrassed edge older people sometimes use when admitting something has frightened them. "I know that sounds silly, but it always comes by 6. Hank needed out, and I looked. No paper. No mail from yesterday either. I thought maybe I'd forgotten to bring it in, but the box is empty." "The mail doesn't come until afternoon," Tom said. "I mean yesterday's mail." "We all got mail yesterday," he said. Nadine looked at him. "Did you?" That stopped the conversation for a moment. I tried to remember. I had a clear image of opening my mailbox the evening before and finding nothing, but that wasn't unusual. Half my bills were electronic. Then I remembered the red flag on Marta's box, raised for outgoing mail yesterday morning, still raised now. Marta followed my glance and tightened her mouth. Tom tossed his keys once in his hand. Metal clicked against his wedding band. "All right, I'll drive to the entrance and see." Riley said, "Maybe don't. Get in." "No, Riley." I said no. The way she said it made him actually look at her. Riley wasn't being dramatic now. Her shoulders had curled inward, and she kept rubbing the sleeve of her hoodie between her fingers until the fabric rasped. I understood that motion. I did versions of it myself, counting coins in a pocket, checking a lock twice, refreshing a delivery map. Tiny rituals to keep panic from finding a bigger doorway. My private flaw, the one I dress up as good judgment, is that I don't trust uncertainty. I can handle bad news if it has edges. A diagnosis, a bill, a police report, a number on a form. What gets under my skin is the space before the explanation arrives, when every possible outcome is still allowed to breathe. That morning had too much space in it. I said, "I can walk down with you." Marta turned. "Evan, just to the bend." Tom gave me a relieved look, though he tried to hide it. "There, fine, we'll walk, happy." Riley didn't answer. From inside my house, my laptop began chiming. 3 sharp notes, then a pause. Work calendar reminder, 8:00 weekly claims sync. It wasn't 8 yet, unless the house clocks had slipped. I looked at my phone. 7:19. The laptop chimed again. Marta heard it through the open garage and frowned. "That yours?" Calendar glitch. "Mine did that at 4:30, Nadine said. We all looked at her. She lifted one shoulder. My pill alarm. It said 8 a.m. at 4:30. I thought I had said it wrong. Tom rubbed his forehead. Phones glitch, towers glitch, clocks change, come on. He stepped into the street. At that exact moment, Every porch light on the cul-de-sac went out. The streetlights stayed on. The change was small, but it landed hard. Porch by porch, the warm squares beside front doors vanished, leaving only the municipal orange glow from the poles and the blue-white shine of Tom's SUV headlights behind us. The houses looked closed and unfamiliar, like model homes after hours. Riley made a small sound, not a scream, more like she had started to speak and swallowed the word. A second later, the porch lights came back. A dog dish clattered somewhere inside Nadine's house. Hank lunged against his leash, barking toward the exit bend now, pulling so hard his nails skittered on the pavement. My phone buzzed again. Claire's reply. "What do you mean dark? It's sunny here." I stared at the message. Then another came in beneath it. Evan, then another, sent 1 minute earlier, but arriving after the last. "Your call went straight to voicemail." I hadn't called her. I showed Marta. Her eyes moved over the screen, and for the first time since I'd known her, she did not immediately offer an explanation. Tom leaned in, read enough to understand, then stepped back as if my phone had smelled bad. "Okay, that's weird," Nadine whispered. "I don't like this." No one teased her for it. The sprinkler across the street kept ticking. Water tapped the sidewalk in neat little beats. Somewhere in the neighborhood beyond the bend, a car alarm gave one lonely chirp and cut off. I tried calling Claire. The phone showed full bars. It rang once in my ear, then produced a tone I hadn't heard in years. A flat mechanical pulse followed by a recorded voice saying the call could not be completed as dialed. I checked the number. It was right. "Try 911, Riley said. Her father snapped. "We are not calling 911 because it's cloudy." But he didn't sound convinced anymore. Marta already had her phone up. She stepped a few feet away, one hand over her other ear, though there was no real noise to block out. We watched her face while she listened. Her expression stayed composed too long, which made it worse. She lowered the phone. "Well," Tom said. "It rang," she said, then disconnected. "Busy." "No, disconnected." Tom cursed under his breath, then looked toward the bend again. The darker band there had not moved. It sat at the exit of our street with the patience of a parked vehicle. Normal explanation still existed. It had to: power issue, cell issue, weather phenomenon, a transformer fire sending smoke low over the roads, some atmospheric thing I'd once read about and half remembered wrong. The human mind is very good at building bridges across gaps, even when it has to use rotten boards. I put the trash bag down beside my bin and zipped my jacket. Marta saw the movement. "You're going to the bend," I said. "Not past it." Tom nodded too quickly. "I'll go with you." Riley grabbed his sleeve. "Dad, don't. I'm standing 30 yards from our houses, Riley. That's what you always say before you do something stupid." He looked embarrassed, then angry, then afraid of both feelings. "Stay with Mrs. Klein." Marta bristled at being assigned anyone, but she didn't argue. Nadine pulled Hank close and wrapped the leash twice around her wrist. Hank stopped barking and began whining through his nose, a thin, steady sound that seemed to thread itself through the damp air. I took one step into the street, then another. The pavement under my sneakers felt slick, though my soles didn't slide. The cul-de-sac smelled like wet mulch, cold sprinkler water, and the faint burnt dust smell of lamps that had been on too long. Behind us, Riley muttered something to Marta. Marta answered softly. A garage door motor hummed somewhere and stopped halfway, leaving a house on the far side with its door gaping open like a mouth too tired to close. Tom walked beside me with his keys clenched between his fingers, the way people hold them in parking lots. He noticed me noticing. "What?" he said. "Nothing. Force of habit. Sure." We reached the McCaffrey's mailbox, then Nadine's driveway, then the last streetlight before the curve. The darkness ahead was still explainable up close, but less kindly. It had texture now. Not a physical barrier, not mist exactly, but the absence of reflected light. The road continued into it, and then stopped giving back information. The hollies on either side showed their nearest leaves, glossy and wet, but the branches behind them dissolved too quickly. Tom swallowed. I heard it. "Could be fog pooled low," he said. "Could be. You ever seen fog like that?" "No." He gave a humorless laugh. "Insurance guy says no." "Great." Behind us, Marta called. "That's far enough." She was right. At the bend, just before the darkness thickened, something lay in the gutter. Newspaper. For a second, that was almost funny. Nadine's missing paper, late and tossed badly by some underpaid delivery driver navigating weird weather at dawn. I stepped toward it. Tom grabbed my arm. "Hard, don't. It's a paper." "Then why is it dry?" He was right. The pavement around it glistened. The curb was damp. The grass beyond was beaded with water. But the newspaper lay folded tight in its plastic sleeve, clean and dry, the kind of dry that looked indoor. I crouched without touching it. The front page faced up through the cloudy plastic. I could read the masthead of the Frederick News Post. Below it, the date, Tuesday. That was wrong because it was Friday. I heard Marta's shoes slap the pavement behind us despite her own warning. "What is it?" I stood before she could reach me. "We should go back." Tom stared at the paper. "Is that today, S?" "No." "Then what is it?" "I don't know." And there it was. The sentence I hated most dropped into the road between us. I looked back at the circle of houses, the orange lamps, the watching faces. Riley had both arms wrapped around herself. Nadine's hand was pressed to her mouth. Hank stood rigid with one front paw lifted, nose pointed not at the paper, but into the dark beyond it. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Claire. It was a weather alert. Sunrise, DELAYED in your area. Shelter in place until further notice. No agency name. No county seal. No link. Just the blocky emergency alert font and a timestamp of 7:14 a.m. Tom's phone sounded a half-second later, then Marta's. Then, from the houses behind us, one by one, phones began chirping and buzzing through walls, through kitchen windows, through front doors, all carrying the same little electronic panic into the not morning air. Marta read hers, lips moving slightly. Riley shouted from the driveway, "Dad." Tom looked at me. For once, he didn't pretend he knew what to do. We had two choices that made sense and one that didn't. We could go back inside, lock our doors, and wait for an explanation from people whose phones weren't working. We could walk farther into the dark and find out whether Briarfield Drive was still there. Or we could gather everyone first, compare what we knew, and decide together whether staying put was safer than trying to leave. Marta tucked her phone into her jacket pocket. With a trembling hand, she tried to hide. "Back to my house," she said. "Now." Tom looked once more at the newspaper in the gutter. The sprinkler clicked. Hank whined. And above the cul-de-sac, the sky remained stubbornly, impossibly close to dawn. We turned around and started walking back toward the lit houses, not yet running, but no longer pretending we were only curious. Marta's house smelled like coffee, lemon cleaner, and the faint, dusty heat of a furnace that had been running too long. That detail bothered me more than it should have. The house was warm, almost stuffy, but every window showed the same gray-black morning outside. Lamps were on in the living room. The television was muted on the wall, tuned to a local channel that kept flashing a weather map of Maryland from the night before. No breaking news banner, no emergency crawl, just a smiling meteorologist frozen mid-gesture beside a patch of blue labeled clear SKIS. Marta stood in front of it with her arms folded. "Cable S out," she said. "This is cached or stuck, or whatever the word is." "Buffering," Riley said from the couch. "Fine, buffering." Tom paced between the foyer and the living room, calling numbers from his phone like brute force might fix the network. Claire, his wife, who was already at her nursing shift in Hagerstown. The school. 911 again. Each call gave him a different kind of failure. One rang forever. One went to busy signal. One connected to a garbled automated menu for a dentist in Ohio. "That is not funny," he said, lowering the phone and staring at it. No one laughed, Marta said. Nadine sat in an armchair with Hank pressed against her shins. She had removed the curlers from the front of her hair, but left 3 in the back, the pink plastic bright and absurd under Marta's floor lamp. Her hands shook around a mug of tea she hadn't touched. I stood near the front window, watching the street. Bramble Glen Court had begun to wake up in pieces. A porch light flicked on at the Fenwick's house. A garage opened 2 doors down, then closed immediately. Someone carried a toddler to a minivan, saw the sky, and carried the child back inside. Doors opened. Voices traveled. Phones chirped with the same alert, a chorus of official panic without an official source. And above all of it, those streetlights burned steadily. "We need information," Marta said. Tom snapped his fingers at her. "Exactly. Information. So I'm driving out." "No," Riley said. He turned on her. "You don't get to veto me." "I'm not vetoing. I'm saying you're acting stupid because you're scared." The room tightened. Tom stared at his daughter as if she had slapped him. Riley's face went red, but she did not look away. She was 16 and frightened and angry at being frightened, which made her braver than most adults in that room. Marta spoke before Tom could. "Nobody is driving anywhere alone." "Then we take my SUV," Tom said. "Evan comes with me. We go to the entrance. Turn around if it's bad," I said. "We don't know if the entrance is passable. That's why we check. We already checked the bend." We looked at darkness and a newspaper. "A newspaper dated Tuesday," Nadine said softly. Tom pinched the bridge of his nose. "Please, I can't do this with the Tuesday thing right now." I understood him. I did. The mind can hold only so many wrong details before it starts tossing some aside to keep functioning. A dry, wrong date newspaper was too strange. Easier to file it under prank, delivery mix-up, anything but evidence. Then Riley's phone buzzed. She looked down and frowned. "It's Mom." Tom's head came up. "Answer, it's a voicemail." She tapped it, put it on speaker. At first, there was only static, not heavy, more like wind rubbing against a microphone. Then a woman's voice came through, thin and breaking. "Riley, Tom, I don't know why this is going to your phone. I've called your dad 6 times. Listen, hospital S on partial backup, and I'm getting weird alerts from home. Are you both there? Do not." The sound cut out. A burst of tones followed, sharp enough that Riley flinched and nearly dropped the phone. Tom grabbed it from her. Megan, it's a recording," Riley said. He played it again. Same static, same warning, same cutoff at do not. He played it a 3rd time, as if repetition might grow the missing words. "Tom," Marta said. He ignored her. "Tom, what? You need to stop." His jaw worked. His wife was outside the cul-de-sac. His daughter was inside it. The two facts sat on opposite sides of his face and pulled. That was the moment the challenge became concrete. Not the dark, not the phones, not the wrong newspaper. It was Riley's inhaler. She patted her hoodie pocket once, then again, quick and increasingly frantic. "Where is it?" she whispered. Tom turned. "What?" "My inhaler. You had it in your backpack." "I don't have my backpack." She looked toward the front window, as if she could see across the street through Marta's curtains. "It's in the car, or the kitchen. I don't know." "Okay," Tom said. "Okay, we'll get it." Riley's breath had changed. Not an attack yet, but moving that way. Shallow pulls, tiny catches between words. Hank heard it and lifted his head. Marta was already moving. "Sit forward, elbows on knees." "I know," Riley said, too sharply. "I know you know. Do it anyway." Nadine set down her tea and came alive in that nurse way, the fear dropping behind something practiced. "Does she have a rescue inhaler only, or a nebulizer?" Tom's face blanked. "Tom," Nadine said, "rescue inhaler only." "Yes, albuterol, blue one." "How many?" "1 in her backpack, 1 in the kitchen drawer, 1 in Megan's car." Riley forced a bitter laugh that turned into a cough. "Because I'm a walking liability." "You're not," Tom said. "You say that every time, which makes it sound more true." Her chest made a faint whistle on the next breath. Marta pointed toward the door. "Tom and Evan, go get the inhaler. Kitchen first. Don't separate. Don't go near the bend. Don't get distracted." Tom was already halfway to the foyer. I followed, though every part of me wanted to make a list first. That is my cowardice in its cleanest clothes. Give me a crisis, and I'll look for a clipboard. Give me someone wheezing on a couch, and I'll want to define the perimeter, assign roles, document the sequence, because action without understanding feels like stepping into traffic with my eyes shut. But Riley's breathing had a timer on it. We crossed the street fast. The pavement was slick under my shoes, and the sprinklers still ticked behind us, spraying a perfect fan of water across the McCaffrey's curb. Tom's SUV sat in the driveway with its headlights still on. The beams looked weak now, flattened by the morning that was. The front passenger door hung open from when Riley had refused to get in. Inside the McCaffrey house, everything smelled like toasted waffles and dog shampoo, though they didn't own a dog. A bowl of cereal sat on the kitchen table, the milk skinning over. On the counter, a school permission slip was held down by a banana. Ordinary clutter. Ordinary life interrupted mid-sentence. Tom yanked open a drawer by the stove. Plastic utensils. Batteries, tape, receipts. Wrong drawer, he muttered. He opened the next one so hard it jumped its track. I checked the backpack by the mudroom bench. Riley's, black with patches on it. Not empty. No inhaler in the front pocket. No inhaler in the side pocket. I dumped the main compartment onto the bench. Notebooks, charger, half a granola bar, pencil case, a library book called The Things They Carried. No inhaler. Tom, I'm looking. Could it be in her room? She said kitchen. She said car or kitchen. He slammed the drawer. It's not here. His phone rang. Both of us froze. The screen said MEGAN. Tom answered so fast he nearly dropped it. Meg, a woman's voice came through, but wrong, too compressed, too far away. Tom, listen to me. I got your location alert. It says you're home, but the map keeps bouncing. I'm leaving the hospital. No, don't do that, he said. Stay there, Riley's wheezing. We can't get calls through. What the hell is going on outside? What do you mean outside? The dark, Megan, a pause. Tom, it's sunny here. He closed his eyes. Listen, she said. The hospital got a county bulletin about a communications fault around your development. They're saying residents should avoid travel until emergency crews verify the road. What kind of communications fault makes the sun not rise? I don't know. Dispatch is flooded. I'm trying to, the line crackled. Megan, her voice returned, clipped and urgent. Do not let Riley use the red inhaler. Tom blinked. What? Not the red one. It's expired or contaminated or static shredded the rest. Megan, the call ended. Tom looked at me. Red inhaler, you said blue. They're blue. He looked around the kitchen, suddenly lost in his own house. They're always blue. A thump came from upstairs, not loud. A single footfall, maybe. Or the house settling. Or something in a closet falling against a door. Tom's expression changed. Ben, he said. I stared at him. Who's Ben? My son. You didn't say your son was here. He wasn't supposed to be. His face drained in the lamplight. He sleeps like the dead. He had a fever last night. Megan said, let him stay home. For one miserable second, neither of us moved. Then Tom ran. Ben McCaffrey, 8 male, appeared halfway down the stairs in dinosaur pajamas, hair matted to his forehead, one hand gripping the railing. He looked more annoyed than scared, which made him seem heartbreakingly young. Dad, he said, why is it nighttime? Tom reached him in 3 strides and scooped him up, checking his face, his arms, the heat of his forehead. Buddy, why didn't you answer when I yelled? You didn't yell. I did. No, Ben coughed. My tablet said it was lunch. I looked toward the living room. A children's tablet glowed on the coffee table. Its screen displayed 12:03 p.m. Tom carried Ben down, and the boy squinted at me. Who are you? Evan, across the street. Did school get deleted? Not yet. That almost got a smile. Then Riley's backpack buzzed. A phone I hadn't noticed among the spilled notebooks lit up on the bench. Not Riley's phone. Smaller. Cracked case. The screen showed a notification from a neighborhood app. Report, unknown person seen NEAR mailboxes. Bramble Glen Court under it was a thumbnail image from somebody's doorbell camera. The angle showed the McCaffrey's front yard and part of the street. The timestamp read 3:12 a.m. A figure stood near Marta's mailbox flag, face turned away, wearing a dark hooded jacket and what looked like latex gloves. One hand was inside the mailbox. I picked it up. Tom saw my face. What now? Someone was at the mailboxes last night. What? I turned the phone toward him. His grip tightened around Ben. That's probably a neighbor. With gloves, the tablet on the coffee table chimed. Ben said, "That's my game." But the screen had changed. It now showed a low battery warning. Then the house lights flickered. Once, twice. The refrigerator compressor stopped. The little hum of the house disappeared. The kitchen clock went blank. From across the street, Marta shouted something we couldn't make out through the walls. The power was gone. Emergency lights in Tom's SUV were still on outside, blinking silently. "Get the inhaler," I said. Tom set Ben down. "Stay by me." We moved faster now, all three of us searching. Drawers, couch cushions, the junk basket by the door, upstairs bathroom. Riley's room smelled like vanilla body spray and laundry that needed folding. On her desk, beside a stack of sketchbooks, was a blue inhaler. Tom snatched it up, exhaled, and checked the label. "Expired last month," he said. "Better than nothing." Nadine would know. Marta would know where to call. My instinct was to take it and go. Then Ben said, "There's another one in the garage." Tom turned. "Where?" "In the red emergency bag. Mom put one in there after the pool thing." "The red bag," Tom repeated. "That's what Megan meant." "Maybe she said don't use the red inhaler," I said. "Not red bag." I heard her. You heard half a sentence through static. He looked at the expired inhaler in his hand, then toward the stairs. This was the sort of decision that ruins people because there is no clean version of it. Use the expired one and risk it not working. Search the garage and lose time. Trust a broken phone call or ignore it. Every path had teeth. From outside, a woman screamed, short, startled, cut off quickly. Tom ran to Riley's window and shoved the curtain aside. The cul-de-sac was dimmer without porch lights. Street lights still burned, but the houses were black behind their windows. Across the street, Marta's front door was open. Nadine stood on the porch with Hank's leash in both hands. Hank barked at the far side of the circle. A man was walking between the mailboxes. Not one of our neighbors, at least not anyone I recognized. Average height, dark hood, gloves. He moved calmly, not like somebody lost, not like somebody responding to a crisis. He had a canvas bag slung over one shoulder, and every few steps he stopped at a mailbox, opened it, reached in, and took something out. Marta came out onto her porch holding a flashlight like a baton. "Hey," she shouted. The man looked at her. Even from the second-floor window, even in that ugly orange light, I saw the white mask over his nose and mouth. Not a Halloween mask, a respirator, industrial kind. The same kind contractors wear around insulation or mold. He raised one gloved finger to his mouth, a shushing gesture. Then he turned and walked toward the darker bend. Tom whispered, "What the hell?" I thought of Marta's raised flag, Nadine's missing paper, the delayed texts, the alert with no agency. My job had trained me to look for the ordinary human hand behind strange sequences. Fraud looks supernatural until you find the invoice. Accidents look random until you find the maintenance log nobody filed. Someone had been in our mailboxes. Someone had possibly been interfering with our phones or power. Someone knew enough to send alerts. That was worse than a mystery sky because it meant intent. "We need to get back," I said. Tom nodded, still staring. "Garage first." "Tom, my daughter needs a working inhaler. She needs us not trapped over here. She needs medicine." He was right. I hated that he was right. We thundered down the stairs. Ben started crying then, quietly, trying to hide it, wiping his face with both fists as he followed us into the mudroom. The garage was cold and smelled like gasoline, cardboard, and cut grass. The SUV's headlights shone through the open door, lighting dust motes in long pale strips. Tom tore through shelves. Red bag, there." Ben pointed behind a cooler. I pulled it free. Emergency kit. Jumper cables, flashlight, first aid pouch, bottled water, foil blankets. In the side pocket was a blue inhaler with a pharmacy label. Current. Tom grabbed it like it was a pulse. The power failure had made the garage door opener useless, but the door was already up. We stepped into the driveway. Across the street, Marta waved us frantically toward her house. Riley was on the porch now, bent forward, one hand braced on the railing. Nadine stood beside her, coaching breaths. Hank barked and barked, nails scraping the boards. Tom started across. Vehicle engine coughed near the bend. We all stopped. Headlights appeared inside the darker band, yellow and low, facing into the cul-de-sac. Not moving at first, just idling beyond the last streetlight, where the road lost detail. The engine had an uneven, older sound, a belt squeal under the rumble. Then the vehicle rolled forward enough for us to see the shape. A white utility van. No company logo. No license plate on the front. The man in the respirator stood beside it with his canvas bag. Marta shouted, "Inside! Everyone inside!" Tom grabbed Ben with one arm and ran. I followed, clutching the emergency bag. Riley saw the inhaler in Tom's hand and reached for it before he even made it to the steps. Nadine helped her use it, counting the seconds, her nurse voice steady despite the van idling at the bend. The first puff helped a little. The second helped more. Riley cried while she breathed, silent tears sliding down her cheeks, angry at her body for needing anything. Tom put his forehead against hers. I've got you. But he didn't. None of us did, because the van's headlights brightened. It crawled farther into the cul-de-sac, slow enough to be deliberate, tires hissing over damp asphalt. Its side door was dented. The windshield reflected the streetlights, hiding the driver. Then Marta's phone buzzed. She looked down. Another alert. This one was shorter. Remain in your homes. Do not approach personnel. Compliance check in progress. Marta read it once, then again. Personnel, Nadine said. The van stopped in front of the McCaffrey's house. The respirator man opened the passenger door and climbed in. A speaker crackled from the van roof, the sound distorted, but loud enough to bounce off every dark window in Bramble Glen Court. Residents of Bramble Glen Court, a man's amplified voice said, for your safety, Return indoors immediately. Do not attempt to leave the area. Do not interfere with collection procedures. Tom stood very still. What collection procedures? Riley whispered. No one answered. The van's side door slid open 6 inches. Something inside knocked against the metal. Once, then again. Marta stepped backward into her doorway. Everybody in, we moved. Not because we trusted the alert. Not because the van had authority. Because Riley had nearly lost her breath. Ben was barefoot on wet concrete. The power was out. And a man who had been stealing from our mailboxes was now parked in the middle of our street, telling us to comply. I was the last one through Marta's door. As I pulled it shut, I looked back and saw the dry Tuesday newspaper still lying near the bend. Only now there were 3 more beside it, each wrapped in plastic, each placed neatly along the gutter like markers, and each one closer to Marta's house than the last. Marta locked her front door, then immediately unlocked it. Habit, she muttered, and locked it again. Nobody laughed. We were past the point where nervous habits were funny. The living room had changed without the power. Before, it had been a place with furniture. Navy couch, framed ship print, coffee table with a bowl of cough drops. Now it was a box of dim shapes lit by 3 phone flashlights, Marta's battery lantern, and the dull orange spill from the streetlights through the curtains. Every sound inside felt too close. Riley's wheezing, Ben sniffing, Hank's claws ticking against the hardwood as he paced between Nadine and the front window. Outside, the van idled in front of the McCaffrey's house. It hadn't moved after the announcement. That made it worse. If it had driven around shouting orders, we could have called it panic or theater. Instead, it sat there with its headlights aimed at the empty driveway, engine rumbling low and uneven, the way an old appliance vibrates through a wall. Tom stood at the edge of the curtains, looking through the narrow gap. He's still in the passenger seat, he said. Driver hasn't gotten out. Marta was at her dining table making a list by lantern light. Even now, name, address, phone, medical needs. I recognized the impulse and resented her for doing it better than me. We need 3 things, she said. Reliable communication, a safe way out, and medication for Riley if that inhaler runs low. I'm fine, Riley said from the couch. You were not fine 5 minutes ago, Nadine said. Riley looked away, cheeks flushed with the effort of breathing and being watched. Ben sat on the floor beside her, wrapped in a throw blanket, his fever-bright eyes moving from adult to adult. Are they police? No one answered quickly enough. Tom said, no, Marta said. We don't know. Tom rounded on her. Don't say that to him. He asked a question. He's 8. And lying badly will not make him 7. That should have started a fight, but the van speaker crackled again. Residents are advised to remain indoors. Do not open doors or windows. Collection will proceed house by house. House by house. Those words moved through us like a draft under a door. Nadine pulled Hank close. He growled low in his throat, not at the front window this time, but toward the back of Marta's house, where the kitchen opened onto a small fenced yard, and a line of arborvitae separated her property from mine. Back door, I said. Marta looked at me. If they're watching the street, we can get to my house through your yard. My router has a battery backup. It might still have internet. Tom gave a short, ugly laugh. Internet. Texts are delayed, but some are getting through. Alerts are getting through. Something S still connected. If I can reach my work VPN or email, you're going to file a claim. I'm going to send a message outside with details. Names, location, vehicle description. Marta's pen paused. That's not a bad idea. It is if they see us, Tom said. They're at your house, I said. My place is next door on the other side of Marta. We move along the back fence. No street exposure. Riley lifted her head. I can do it. No, Tom and Nadine said together. I'm not staying here while you guys run around. You can barely breathe, Tom said. I can breathe, Riley. I can breathe better when people stop talking about me like I'm furniture. That landed. Tom shut his mouth. Marta took over. Evan and I go. Tom stays here with the children. Nadine keeps monitoring Riley. If the van moves, you text us and bang on the kitchen window. No, Tom said. I'm not staying while strangers are outside my house. Your daughter needs you here. He looked at Riley, and the argument died in his face. Attempt 1 began with Marta and me slipping out the back door into her yard. The cold hit harder than it should have for May. The grass soaked my sneakers in 3 steps. Marta's yard was small and neat, a rectangle boxed by white vinyl fencing, with a bird bath in the middle and a row of trash cans along the side gate. To our left was my yard, divided by a gate Marta had insisted we install after a storm took out 2 fence panels the year before. To our right, beyond the arborvitae, the McCaffrey's yard sat dark and quiet. Their patio umbrella was closed, a black spear against the sky. We kept low, though I knew how ridiculous that was. Anyone looking from a second-floor window would see 2 adults crouch walking through suburban landscaping like burglars with bad knees. A sound came from the street side. Metal sliding, the van door. Marta froze with one hand on my fence gate. Voices followed. 2 men, maybe 3, muffled by distance and houses, but calm. One said, "Start with outgoing." Another answered, "Flagged box already pulled." Marta's eyes flicked to mine, her mailbox. I pictured the red flag raised, the envelope inside addressed to the county record's office. Marta had mentioned once she was fighting the HOA management company over drainage fees. Or maybe it had been property taxes. Something with paperwork. Something official. We slipped through the gate into my yard. My house looked dead from the back. No kitchen light. No little blue glow from the smart speaker. The sliding glass door reflected our phone beams and the orange sky behind us. I fumbled my keys with wet fingers and dropped them. The sound seemed enormous. Marta hissed, "Evan." I know. I found them in the grass by touch, slick with mud, and unlocked the door. Inside smelled like coffee grounds and the trash bag I hadn't taken to the curb. My work laptop sat open on the kitchen island, black screen. The battery backup under my desk in the den clicked every few seconds, trying to be useful. I hit the laptop power button. Nothing. "Battery's dead," Marta whispered. It was plugged in. I followed the cable to the wall. The battery unit's display flashed red, "Overload fault." That was impossible. It powered a router, modem, and monitor. Nothing heavy. I unplugged the monitor, reset the unit, then then pressed the laptop again. It came on with 2% battery. "Come on," I whispered. The screen loaded slowly, too bright in the dark room. Wi-Fi showed connected. No internet, then internet, then no internet. I opened email. It spun. Marta stood beside the doorway, listening. Outside, somewhere near the front of my house, a man said, "This one too." The mailbox flap squealed. I typed a message into a blank email anyway. Bramble Glen Court outside Frederick, MD. Dark since sunrise. Unknown unmarked white utility van. Men in respirators collecting mail. Residents receiving false emergency alerts. Power out. Medical risk. Minor with asthma. Contact police fire. I hit send to Claire, to my boss, to every address that auto-filled. The laptop thought about it. The progress bar hung halfway. "Evan," Marta whispered. "Wait." Footsteps crunched in my front landscaping. The email failed. I tried again. A bang came from the front of my house. Not the door. The mailbox mounted beside it. A scrape, a rustle, paper being pulled. Marta grabbed my sleeve. Now, I yanked a portable power bank from the junk drawer, took my laptop under one arm like an idiot, and followed her back through the kitchen. As we reached the sliding door, my laptop chimed. Sent, maybe. The screen went black. That was our first partial victory. One message might have gone out. In exchange, we had learned they were collecting outgoing mail first, then whatever else they wanted from each house, and they were already at my front door. We ran back through the yard, no longer pretending to be quiet. Halfway across Marta's lawn, Hank began barking inside her house, not at us, toward the side gate. Marta reached the back door first and stopped so suddenly I nearly collided with her. The door was shut. From inside, Ben screamed. Marta pounded once. "It's us." The lock turned. Tom opened it, pale and furious. "Where the hell were you?" "At Evan S.," Marta said, pushing in. They came up the porch. Tom shut the door and threw the deadbolt. One of them looked through the window. "Did they see you?" "No, maybe. I got everyone in the hallway." Riley sat on the floor near the bathroom, her inhaler in one hand. Nadine had one arm around Ben. The boy's face was wet. Hank stood braced in front of them, barking at the living room. "What happened?" I asked. Tom pointed to the front window. Something was stuck to the glass. A small black disc, maybe the size of a quarter, attached near the lower corner of the pane. Marta moved toward it. "Don't touch it," I said. She stopped. Tom whispered, "Is it a camera?" "Maybe." Riley, breathing hard but steadier, said, "It's a suction cup." We all looked at her. She wiped her nose with her sleeve. "For a temperature sensor. We used one in environmental science. Not that exact thing, but like it. You stick it to glass. Misdirection is cruel because relief comes with embarrassment. For half a minute, that little black disc had become an eye, a deliberate watcher. Then Riley made it smaller and more practical, a sensor, still bad, but bad in a way with screws and batteries. Marta took a breath. "So they're measuring indoor temperatures, or air quality," Nadine said. Tom stared at the disc. "Why?" Nobody answered. Attempt 2 was Marta's idea, which meant it came with a map. She spread a neighborhood flyer on the dining table, the kind printed for a block barbecue the previous summer. It showed Bramble Glen Court as a lollipop. One road in from Briarfield Drive, a circle at the end, 12 houses around it. Marta's house was number 6, mine number 5 to the left, the McCaffreys number 7 across the street, Nadine number 9 near the bend. Behind houses 3 through 6, including mine and Marta's, a drainage easement ran between back fences and a line of woods. It drained toward a concrete culvert near the entrance monument. "The road is watched," Marta said. "The back easement may not be." Tom shook his head before she finished. "You want to crawl through drainage. I want to see if there is a path to Briarfield that doesn't pass the van. And if there is, then we know." "I'm sick of knowing things that don't help," Riley said. "Dad." "What?" "You're yelling again." He looked at his hands. They were shaking. He curled them into fists, then opened them slowly. "Sorry. The plan was simple because complicated plans die first. Marta, Tom, and I would go through my yard to the easement. We would follow it left, behind houses 4, 3, and 2, toward the entrance. We would not approach the dark band directly. We would look for emergency vehicles, neighbors, daylight, anything. Nadine would stay with Riley and Ben in Marta's interior hallway, away from windows. Hank would stay too, which he hated. We armed ourselves with stupid things: Marta's flashlight, Tom's tire iron, my little aluminum baseball bat from the den that I kept more from embarrassment than belief. Marta also took her old Navy whistle on a cord. 3 blasts means come back, she said. What means run? Tom asked. She looked at him. You'll know. The easement behind the houses was a strip of wet grass and gravel about 8 feet wide, sloping toward a concrete drainage channel. On any normal day, you could see through the bare lower branches to the back of the townhouses beyond Briarfield. That morning, there was only a smeared darkness past the trees, with no headlights moving through it, no porch lights from the next subdivision, no dog walkers. We moved single file. Marta first, me second, Tom last. The ground sucked at our shoes. Branches tapped our jackets. Somewhere overhead, a transformer made a faint electrical buzz, though the houses had no power. Behind house 4, we found the first cable. It lay across the grass, black and thick as a garden hose, running from the direction of the street through a gap under the fence and into the easement. Marta crouched beside it. Don't touch, I said too sharply. She gave me a look. I wasn't planning to lick it. The cable continued toward the entrance, half hidden in grass. 10 feet farther, another cable joined it. Then a third. Tom whispered, generators. Maybe communications equipment, Marta said. Or they're feeding the streetlights, I said. That was a new fact, and I hated it. The streetlights weren't magically staying on. Someone could be keeping them on. We followed the cables. At the back of house 2, the easement dipped sharply. Water had pooled ankle deep across the gravel. Marta stepped onto a flat stone, slipped, and went down hard on one knee. The sound she made was small and angry. I caught her under the arm. You okay? Yes, you're bleeding. I said yes. Blood ran from a tear in her pajama pants, dark in the flashlight beam. She tried to stand and nearly buckled. Tom moved in without a word and took her other arm. That was the physical toll arriving, not dramatically, just through cold water and bad footing and age and fear. My lungs burned. Tom's breath came hard. Marta's jaw was clenched so tight I heard her teeth click. We reached the culvert near the entrance. There should have been a view there. From the drainage channel, you could normally see the brick monument sign, then Briarfield Drive beyond it, then the sodium lamps at the main intersection. I had walked that way on summer evenings when insomnia made the house feel too small. Now, the culvert vanished into blackness beneath the road, but not empty blackness. Equipment filled part of it. A metal case sat beside the concrete wall, about the size of a suitcase, with cables feeding into it. A small green light blinked on its side. Beside it was a portable generator, the compact construction type, muffled by a sound-dampening cover. Its exhaust pipe pointed into a flexible hose that ran up toward the street. Tom stared. They set this up. Marta leaned against the concrete wall, face tight with pain. Yes, before this morning. Yes, I crouched near the metal case. There was a label, half covered in mud. Not a government seal. A rental barcode and the words Environmental Monitoring Unit. Environmental. Riley had been right. Then a voice above us said, "You are outside the residence zone." We looked up. A man stood on the road shoulder near the monument sign, silhouetted by the orange streetlight behind him. Respirator, hood, gloves. He held a flashlight in one hand, pointed down at us. Tom raised the tire iron. "Back up," the man said, not shouting. Almost bored. "Return to your assigned address." "Who are you?" Marta demanded. "Return to your assigned address." "What agency?" The man's flashlight shifted to her bloody knee, then to Tom, then to me. "You're compromising containment." Tom took one step forward. "My wife is outside. My daughter needs medical care. You either identify yourself or..." Something hissed near our feet. Not gas. Not a weapon. A sprinkler head, hidden in the grass, popped up and sprayed us with cold water. Tom flinched violently, lost balance on the wet slope, and slammed his shoulder into the concrete wall. The tire iron clanged into the drainage channel. For one wild second, I thought we were being sprayed with chemicals. My skin prickled. My mouth filled with a metallic taste that was mostly fear. Then I smelled it. Irrigation water, mud, algae. A second sprinkler head popped up behind us. Misdirection, explainable but useful to them. The easement irrigation had been turned on remotely or by timer, making the slope slick, forcing us away from the equipment without anyone touching us. Marta blew her whistle, 3 blasts. The man above us lifted his other hand to his ear, speaking into a radio we couldn't see. I grabbed Tom's arm. "Move." He resisted for half a second, staring at the man like anger could bridge the distance. Then Marta slipped again, and that broke the spell. We retreated the way we had come, soaked to the thighs, Marta limping between us. Behind us, the man's voice followed, amplified now by the van speaker or some hidden unit near the entrance. "Residents attempting exit will invalidate safety status." "What does that mean?" Tom shouted back. No answer. By the time we reached Marta's yard, I was shaking hard enough that I fumbled the gate latch twice. Inside, Nadine had Riley on the floor with a blanket around her shoulders. Ben was asleep against the wall, fever finally dragging him under. Riley looked up when we came in. "You're wet." "Sprinklers," I said. She stared. "That's the dumbest, scary thing I've ever heard." "It was effective," Marta said, lowering herself into a chair with a hiss of pain. Nadine cleaned Marta's knee with bottled water and antiseptic from the emergency kit. The cut was ugly, but shallow. Marta watched the front window the entire time. We shared what we had seen: cables, generator, environmental monitoring unit, man at the entrance, containment, assigned address, safety status. Each fact made the room smaller. Tom took the blue inhaler from the table and checked the dose counter. How many puffs left? Riley didn't answer. Riles, 46. Nadine said, that's enough for now. For now, Tom repeated. The phones buzzed together again. Another alert. Non-compliance detected. Residence 6 status changed. Pending review. Marta's house. We all looked at one another. Then, outside, the van engine revved. It moved from the McCaffrey's house to the front of Marta's. Slowly, deliberately, headlights filled the curtains. The black sensor on the window blinked once, then twice. From the van roof, the speaker crackled. Residence 6 occupants, the amplified voice said. Prepare for entry inspection. Stand away from doors and windows. Nadine whispered, they can't just come in. Marta's face had gone gray from pain and fury. They can if nobody stops them. Tom lifted the baseball bat I had forgotten in the corner. Let them try. No, I said. He turned on me. No, because if they're actually monitoring some hazard, fighting them at the door could get us hurt, or arrested, or worse. And if they're not official, fighting them at the door still gets us hurt. So what? I looked toward the back hallway, toward the kitchen, toward the yards and easement we had just failed to use. Basement, I said. Marta blinked. What? Your basement has the old coal chute window right behind the shelves. She stared at me, then understood. During a summer storm 2 years back, I had helped her move storage bins away from a leaking foundation window. It opened into the narrow side yard between her house and mine, low to the ground, hidden behind hydrangeas. It's painted shut, she said. Then we break it. And go where? Tom asked. My house, then through my garage, across to the Fenwicks if we have to. We keep moving behind houses instead of letting them control the front. Riley struggled up. We all go. This time nobody told her no. The point of no return arrived not with a crash, but with a polite mechanical click. Marta's front deadbolt unlocked by itself. Everyone heard it. One clean turn. Then the handle moved. Marta looked at the door, and all the command drained from her face for the first time. The house she had locked, unlocked, and locked again had just been opened from the outside. Basement, she said. The front door began to swing inward. We ran. Not neatly, not bravely. Nadine half carried Hank by the collar when he tried to charge. Tom scooped Ben from the hallway. Riley clutched her inhaler and stumbled after him. Marta limped hard, leaving small wet marks and dots of blood on the floor. I took one last look back from the basement stairs. A respirator mask appeared in the widening gap of the front door, the white oval catching the orange streetlight behind it. Then the door opened all the way, and we went down into the dark. Basements make every sound honest. Upstairs, the respirator man's boots crossed Marta's foyer with a slow, rubber-soled squeak. The front door bumped once against the wall. A second set of feet followed. Then the click of a radio. Static. A man's voice, low enough that the words came down to us as pressure. instead of meaning. We were halfway down the basement stairs, moving badly. Tom carried Ben against his chest. Ben's head lolled against his father's shoulder, fever sweat sticking his hair to his forehead. Riley came behind them, one hand gripping the railing and the other wrapped around her inhaler. Nadine had Hank by the collar with both hands, her mouth tight, shoulders straining every time the dog tried to twist free. Marta came last before me, each step making her injured knee tremble. I was at the top long enough to see the white respirator mask turn toward the hallway. Then I shut the basement door. Not slammed, closed, soft as I could. The old knob had no lock. Down, I whispered. Marta's basement smelled like cardboard, concrete dust, and that mineral dampness you get in houses built over stubborn ground. The lantern in her hand threw a weak circle across storage shelves, paint cans, holiday bins, a dehumidifier that had died with the power, and a workbench stacked with jars of screws. The coal chute window was on the side wall behind a metal rack of Christmas decorations and bulk paper towels. Above us, the basement doorknob turned. Riley made a tiny noise in her throat. Tom set Ben down behind the furnace and pressed a finger to his own lips. Ben's eyes were open now, huge and glassy. He nodded once, too scared to cry. The door at the top of the stairs creaked. Marta pointed at the shelving unit. "Move it." Tom and I shoved our shoulders into the metal rack. It scraped across the concrete with a scream that made all of us flinch. No hiding after that. Dust sifted from the floor joists overhead. Hank barked once, sharp and explosive, before Nadine clamped a hand around his muzzle. "Basement," a man said upstairs. Not shouted, announced. The first boot hit the top step. I swung the little aluminum bat once at the coal chute window. The glass cracked but held. "Again," Marta said. I hit it harder. The second swing sent a starburst through the pane. The third broke it inward, raining glass onto the shelf below and the concrete outside. Cold, wet air rushed in. The opening was small, smaller than I remembered, maybe 18 inches high, 2 feet wide, framed in old painted wood swollen from years of rain. Tom stared at it. "Ben first." "No," Marta said. "Glass." I grabbed a moving blanket from a bin and shoved it over the sill, using my sleeve to knock shards loose. My hand slipped. Glass cut across my palm, quick and bright. Pain arrived a second late, hot and pulsing. "Evan," Nadine whispered. "Fine." It wasn't fine, but we didn't have time to give it a name. The basement door opened all the way above us. Flashlight beams sliced down the stairs. "Residents," a man called. "Remain where you are. You are increasing exposure risk." "Exposure to what?" Marta shouted back, and the anger in her voice made her sound taller than she was. No answer. That silence told us something. Not enough, but something. Tom lifted Ben toward the window. "Buddy, crawl. Evan's going to push you." "Marta, pull from outside." Marta looked at the opening, then at her knee. "I'll pull," Riley said. "No," Tom said. "She's smaller," I said. "She goes first." She pulls Ben, then Nadine, then Marta. Tom's face twisted because every order of escape hurt someone. Riley didn't wait for permission. She shoved the inhaler into her hoodie pocket, climbed onto a storage bin, and wriggled through the broken window on her stomach. Glass crackled under the blanket. She hissed when her elbow scraped the frame, then disappeared outside with a wet thump. "I'm out," she whispered through the opening. "Send Ben." The first respirator man reached the bottom step. His flashlight caught my face, then Tom's, then the broken window. "Stop," he said. Tom turned with the tire iron in his hand. The man wore a dark hooded rain jacket, nitrile gloves under heavier work gloves, and a white half-face respirator with pink filters. Not police, not fire, not military. The jacket had a patch at the chest, but the flashlight glare made it unreadable. Behind him, another masked man stopped halfway down the stairs. "Who do you work for?" Marta demanded. "Ma'am, stand away from the window." "No, you are obstructing containment procedures." Tom barked. "My son is sick and my daughter can't breathe. We have medical transport pending. You have a van with no plates." The man's gaze moved to the window. That was when I saw the canvas bag slung across his body. Mail stuffed inside it, envelopes, newspapers. A plastic-wrapped stack with the Frederick masthead. Marta's red flag letter stuck out from the side, damp at the corner. My job brain did the thing it does under stress. It sorted. Mail, alerts, sensors, environmental unit. No marked vehicles, assigned address, outgoing first. They weren't just containing us. They were controlling what left. Marta saw the letter too. Something changed in her face. "That's federal mail," she said. The man shifted his weight. "Ma'am, no, don't ma'am me. That is my outgoing mail in your bag." Tom handed Ben to me, then faced the man fully. "You touch my kids, and I'll put you on the floor." The second man lifted something from his belt. For one awful second, I thought it was a gun. It was a canister, not large, black with a trigger top. Pepper spray, maybe, bear spray, something legal enough to buy and ugly enough to ruin us in a basement. "Tom," I said. He didn't move. The first man said, "Last warning." Riley's hand appeared through the window. "Ben, now." I pushed Ben up and out. He whimpered as his pajama shirt snagged. Riley pulled from outside. Tom shoved from below. For a second, Ben was stuck in the frame with one sneaker kicking empty air. Then he slipped through. The first man lunged. Tom swung the tire iron low, not at his head, not even at his body. At the flashlight, metal hit plastic. The light exploded against the wall. Darkness jumped over half the basement. The canister hissed. Spray filled the air in a harsh orange mist. My eyes burned immediately. My nose shut. Riley coughed outside the window. Nadine cried out and turned her face into her shoulder. Hank broke from her grip, barking, and launched himself at the first man's legs. The man stumbled, not mauled. Hank was old and small and mostly teeth and courage. But the bite landed somewhere real because the man shouted and kicked back hard. Hank yelped. Nadine made a sound I still don't like remembering. Peak moments are supposed to happen cleanly in stories. They don't. They overlap. Everyone is choking. Someone is screaming. You can't see. You can't make one brave decision because 5 desperate things are happening at the same time. I grabbed the canvas mailbag. I don't know why. Maybe because it was evidence. Maybe because Marta's letter was in it. Maybe because it was the one thing I could reach. The strap caught on the man's shoulder. He pulled back. I pulled harder with my bleeding hand and felt skin tear open again. Tom hit him from the side with his shoulder, driving him into the shelving unit. Jars of screws rained down like hail. The second man came down fast. Marta blew her navy whistle, 3 blasts. In a basement, it was pain. Pure pain. The second man flinched, hands jerking toward his ears. Marta used the moment to throw the battery lantern at his knees. It hit, bounced, and went out. Darkness. Only the streetlight glow through the broken window remained, a low orange rectangle. Out, Marta shouted. Nadine crawled toward the window, coughing, dragging Hank by his harness now. He wasn't barking anymore. That scared me more than the men. Tom lifted the dog first, without being told. Riley took him outside. Then Nadine. She got halfway through and stuck at the hips. I can't, she gasped. Yes, you can, Riley said from outside. Push off the shelf. The first respirator man grabbed my jacket from behind. I turned and drove my cut palm into his mask. Not a punch, a shove. My hand slipped across rubber and plastic. One filter popped loose and clattered away. He recoiled, both hands going to his face. Under the mask, he shouted, "Idiot. You don't know what's in the air." Maybe he was telling the truth. Maybe that was the cruelest part. Tom shoved Nadine through. Her shoe came off and hit the floor beside me. I picked it up automatically and tossed it out after her. Ridiculous, human. Marta tried to climb onto the bin and nearly collapsed when her injured knee gave way. I can't bend it, she said. Tom looked at the stairs, then at her. The second man was on his feet. The first was trying to reseat his filter. Both blocked the stairs now. The basement door above them stood open. More light moved up there, more people. Go, Marta said. No, I said, Evan. I saw what she was doing, turning herself into a delay. She had been trained to think in logistics, and she had just calculated her own usefulness. No, Tom grabbed one side of her. I grabbed the other. She bit down on a scream as we lifted her onto the storage bin. Riley reached through from outside, both hands shaking. Mrs. Klein grabbed me. I'm too heavy. Then be heavy outside. That cracked something in Marta. She laughed once, almost a sob, and reached. We shoved. She screamed then, a raw sound forced through clenched teeth as her injured knee scraped the broken frame. The second man grabbed Tom's shoulder and yanked him backward. Tom lost his grip. Marta slid halfway back in. Riley shouted, no. I swung the bat blindly and hit something soft. The second man grunted. Tom turned and tackled him. They went down hard on the concrete. Tom was not a fighter. He was a sales guy in a fleece vest with 2 kids and a wife on a bad phone line. But terror gives people ugly strength. He pinned the man long enough for me to push Marta again. This time she went through. Outside, Nadine and Riley pulled her clear. Tom, I shouted. He tried to rise. The first man sprayed again. Tom caught it full in the face. He dropped to his knees, coughing and clawing at his eyes. The second man rolled away, gasping. I grabbed Tom under one arm and dragged him toward the window. He was heavier than he looked, dead weight with panic in it. I can't see, he choked. I know, I can't see, I know. A hand closed around my ankle. The first man had me. I kicked backward and caught his respirator. The mask shifted. He cursed, but didn't let go. My cut hand slipped on the concrete. The mail bag was still tangled around my wrist. Envelopes spilled everywhere. One of the plastic-wrapped newspapers slid into the orange light. The date was Tuesday. Label on the back caught my eye. Not a delivery label. A printed sticker. Sample set / do not distribute Bramble Glen Day 3. My stomach turned. They had been marking time differently than us. Or planning to, or testing. No room for that thought. I swung the mail bag at the man's face. Paper slapped his broken respirator hard enough to make him loosen his grip. Tom crawled, blind, toward Riley's hands. She and Nadine pulled him through the window with a sound like fabric tearing. My turn. I got one arm through. Then the basement lights came on. Not the house lights. Work lights. Bright white, portable, carried by someone at the top of the stairs. The whole basement snapped into sharp detail. Broken glass, spilled screws, Marta's blood drops. The respirator man's exposed mouth twisted with anger. My hand painted red. Tom's tire iron on the floor. And on the first man's chest patch, now readable. Halcyon Environmental Response Private Company. Not county. Not police. He looked at me and said, "You just broke quarantine for the whole court." I pushed through the window anyway. The side yard outside was a narrow strip of mud and hydrangea branches between Marta's house and mine. Everyone was there in a pile of breath and pain. Riley had Ben by the shoulders. Nadine cradled Hank, who trembled but lifted his head. Marta sat with her back against my siding, both hands clamped around her knee. Tom lay on his side, coughing, eyes squeezed shut, and watering uncontrollably. "Move," I said. No one moved. Then the front of Marta's house erupted with amplified sound. Breach confirmed. Breach confirmed. All residences remain sealed. Mobile team to rear. We had seconds. We stumbled along the side yard toward my back fence. Riley supported Marta. I half-carried Tom. Nadine refused to put Hank down. Ben walked barefoot through mud, crying silently. At my fence gate, the latch jammed. Of course it did. I pulled. Nothing. Swollen wood. Wet metal. My cut hand slipped. Behind us, the basement window frame cracked as someone shoved it wider from inside. "Hurry," Riley said. "I am." Marta reached past me, face white with pain, and lifted the latch from the bottom instead of the top. "It sticks," she breathed. "I told you to oil it." The gate opened. We spilled into my backyard. That was when the sky changed. Not sunrise, not even close. The darkness above the cul-de-sac thinned for a moment, just enough that we could see the shape behind it. Not cloud cover, but a suspended layer of smoke or particulate hanging low over our court, trapped by still air and the bowl of the neighborhood. Streetlights glowed against it from underneath, making it look like dawn pressed behind dirty glass. A smell came with it, burned plastic, not strong, not dramatic, but real. Nadine coughed. Riley immediately lifted her inhaler. Marta whispered, "That's what they're monitoring." "From what?" Tom rasped, still blind. No answer. Then a bigger sound rolled from the entrance. Engines. The white van at Marta's front curb accelerated backward, tires hissing, then turned toward the bend. Another vehicle, larger, moved in the darkness near the entrance. For a second, I thought help had finally come. Then the orange streetlights went out. All of them. The cul-de-sac vanished. People make strange sounds in real darkness. Screams, usually, Little animal noises, breath catching, shoes slipping, a child saying "Dad" over and over. My phone flashlight came on under my thumb. Marta's followed, Riley's, Nadine's, small circles in wet grass. From somewhere near the road, a mechanical whine started, the environmental unit, or a pump, or a generator changing load. Then a recorded voice came from every alerting phone at once. Containment, perimeter active. Unauthorized movement beyond residence boundary prohibited. My phone buzzed in my hand. For one stupid, hopeful second, I thought it was Claire. It was my failed email thread. A reply had come through from my boss, of all people. "Evan, what the hell is this?" I called county non-emergency. They said no active incident listed at Bramble Glen. Calling 911 now. Stay put. The message had a timestamp 26 minutes earlier. It had gotten out. I showed Marta. She looked at it, then toward the blacked out street. "They're not official," she said. That resolved something. Not everything. Not the dark, not the air, not the strange alerts, but enough. We had been obeying people with no legitimate authority because they sounded like authority. The conflict narrowed to human shape. Private contractors, a staged containment, mail suppression, phone alerts, environmental equipment. A real hazard, maybe, but hidden, controlled, managed for someone else's benefit. Marta's jaw hardened. "We need the road." Tom wiped his streaming eyes with his sleeve. "I can't see." "You don't need to," Riley said, voice shaking. "We guide you." The point of no return had already happened behind us. Marta's house was lost. My house would be next. The backyards were no longer hidden. The personnel were moving around the rear. So we did the only thing left. We went toward the center of the cul-de-sac, not away from the danger, toward the open street where everyone could see us, where every neighbor still trapped behind curtains could see us too. Marta blew her whistle again. 3 blasts, then 3 more. Lights appeared in windows, phone lights, flashlights, faces behind glass. "Open your doors," Marta shouted into the dark. "They're not county, they're private. Call out, record everything." A door opened at the Fenwicks, then another across the circle. Someone yelled, "What's happening?" "Record," I shouted. "Send it out. Email, text, anything." The van speaker crackled, louder now, angrier. "Residents must return indoors immediately." "No," Marta shouted back. That was when the van came around the circle without headlights, too fast for the conditions. We heard it before we saw it. Engine rev, tires on wet pavement. Tom heard it too. Blind and choking, he pushed Riley and Ben backward by instinct. I grabbed Nadine. Marta tried to step aside, but her bad knee folded. The van's side mirror clipped her shoulder. Not full impact, not enough to kill her. Enough to spin her onto the pavement. Her head hit the curb with a sound that turned my legs weak. Riley screamed. The van braked hard 20 feet beyond us. For a second, nobody moved. Then every house on Bramble Glen Court erupted. Doors opened. People shouted. Flashlights swung. Phones recorded. A man from House 3 threw a landscaping brick at the van's rear window and missed by a foot. Someone else screamed that police were on the way. Maybe they were, maybe not. It didn't matter in that instant. The personnel had lost the thing they needed most: control. The The respirator man jumped from the passenger side, saw the phones pointed at him, saw Marta on the ground, saw Tom blind and Riley sobbing, and Nadine clutching a limping dog, and hesitated. I knelt beside Marta. Her eyes were open. Blood ran from her hairline into her silver hair. "Don't move," Nadine said, dropping beside her, nurse voice back despite everything. "Marta, look at me. Do not move." Marta blinked slowly. "Did I oil the gate?" "What? The gate?" she whispered. "You did fine," I said. In the distance, beyond the dark bend, sirens began, real ones, layered, multiple vehicles, growing closer. The respirator man heard them too. He backed toward the van. The driver punched the accelerator. The van tore toward the entrance, past the line of Tuesday newspapers, past the hidden environmental equipment, past the bend where the darkness was thickest. For one breath, it disappeared into the black band. Then metal screamed. A crash echoed from the entrance. Not far, maybe at the monument sign, maybe the culvert. The engine revved once, high and useless, then died. The sirens kept coming. We stayed in the street around Marta, all of us wet, coughing, bleeding, crying, lit by a scatter of phone flashlights held by neighbors who had finally come outside. Above us, the sky did not brighten. But at the bend, through the suspended dark, red and blue emergency lights began to flicker. Real lights, not orange street lamps, not phone screens, not fake alerts, red and blue. For the first time that morning, the cul-de-sac looked less like a trap and more like a crime scene. And somehow, that was better. The sirens did not make anyone feel safe right away. That surprised me. I had spent the whole morning reducing safety to a sound. Sirens beyond the bend. Radios that belonged to real dispatchers. Doors marked fire rescue instead of a white van with no plate. I thought when those things arrived, my body would understand the difference and unclench. It didn't. When the first marked Frederick County fire engine nosed into Bramble Glen Court through the dark band at the entrance, I was kneeling on wet asphalt with my cut hand pressed against my shirt, holding pressure because Nadine had told me to hold pressure. Marta lay beside the curb with a folded towel under her head and another across her shoulder. Tom sat 10 feet away, blinking through streams of tears, Riley's hand on his back. Ben had been wrapped in someone's bathrobe and was leaning against Riley's hip, shivering hard enough that his teeth clicked. Hank was quiet. That was the detail that kept pulling my eyes back to Nadine. She had him bundled against her chest like a baby, one hand under his ribs, the other stroking the white fur between his ears. He was breathing. Shallow, but breathing. When the fire engine lights swept over him, his eyes opened, and his tail moved once against Nadine's sleeve. "Good boy," she whispered. "You dramatic little thing." Her voice broke on the last word. The firefighters wore turnout gear and respirators at first, which almost made everyone scatter. A woman in a yellow helmet held up both hands and shouted, "Frederick County Fire Rescue. Stay where you are. We're here to help." Nobody moved toward her, not even Marta, and Marta would have corrected God's parking job if he blocked a hydrant. The firefighter slowed down when she saw us flinch. She removed one glove, keeping her respirator on, and pointed to the lettering on her jacket. Then to the engine. Real units, she said, real county. We need to assess injuries and air quality. Show ID, Marta rasped from the ground. The firefighter looked down at her. Ma'am, you have a head injury. Show ID. And she did. She unclipped a badge from inside her coat and crouched so Marta could see it without turning her neck. Only then did Marta let Nadine touch her again. That was the first medical consequence. Trust had become a thing we demanded proof for. The second came quickly. Marta had a concussion, a separated shoulder, and 12 stitches along her scalp. They put a collar around her neck and loaded her onto a stretcher while she tried to give the paramedic a list of house numbers and residents with medical needs. The paramedic kept saying, "We have it, ma'am," and Marta kept saying, "You don't have it unless you write it down." Tom had chemical irritation to both eyes from the spray. Not permanent, they told him later, but that morning he could barely see shapes. His eyes swelled red and raw. He kept apologizing to Riley, then to Ben, then to Riley again, as if fatherhood required him to apologize in rotation until everyone was accounted for. Riley's lungs tightened twice more before they got her into the ambulance. The paramedic gave her a nebulizer treatment from a portable unit, and she sat with the mask over her face, hands clenched in her sleeves, furious tears running down her cheeks because the treatment worked and she hated needing it. Ben had a fever of 102.4 and mild dehydration. He asked one paramedic whether school was still happening. The paramedic glanced at the black sky, then at the wrecked white van near the entrance, and said, "I'm going to guess you're excused today." That got the smallest smile from him. Nadine refused an ambulance until they checked Hank. "He bit someone wearing a suit," she said. A sheriff's deputy nearby misunderstood and reached for his notepad. "Your dog bit a suspect." "Dog saved a child," Nadine said, with such cold precision that the deputy put the notepad away for a moment. Hank had bruised ribs and a cracked tooth. The kick had not broken anything vital. One of the neighbors, Mr. Fenwick from House 3, drove Nadine and Hank to an emergency vet once the road was cleared. Nadine sat in the passenger seat with Hank wrapped in the same bathrobe Ben had used, and she looked 10 years older than she had that morning. As for me, my palm needed 7 stitches. The cut was not dramatic. It was ugly and inconvenient, crossing the meat below my thumb in a place that reopened every time I forgot and tried to grip something. For weeks afterward, every coffee mug reminded me of the basement window. Police took the men from Halcyon at the entrance. 2 were in the crashed van. One had a dog bite and a damaged respirator. Another had a broken wrist from the collision. The driver tried to say he had lost visibility because residents interfered with a lawful containment action. That phrase made the sheriff's deputy stop writing. "Lawful under whose order?" he asked. The driver did not answer. That became the legal consequence. Questions with paperwork. By noon, though noon looked like 6 in the morning, Bramble Glen Court was filled with official vehicles. Fire rescue, sheriff's office, state environmental officials, a county hazmat truck. Men and women in real protective gear walked the easement behind our houses and photographed the generator, cables, monitoring unit, and sprinklers. They bagged the black sensor from Marta's window. They took the mail bag as evidence. They marked each plastic-wrapped Tuesday newspaper with a little yellow tent number. I saw one investigator kneel by the first newspaper near the bend and turn it over with gloved fingers. He read the label and looked toward the crashed van. He did not look surprised enough. That bothered me. By late afternoon, the explanation had edges, though not clean ones. There had been an industrial fire 2 nights earlier at a small plastics recycling warehouse off Reichs Ford Road, east of us, and low enough in the valley that most of us didn't know it existed. The fire itself had been contained fast, but part of the building's old ventilation system had failed, releasing a dense mix of smoke and chemical particulates into a shallow overnight inversion. Under normal wind, it would have dispersed. That week, a stubborn pocket of cold air had settled over our development and the wooded drainage corridor behind it, trapping the particulate layer low over Bramble Glen like a dirty lid. That was why the sun had not risen for us. It had risen. It just could not get through. The county had not ordered a secret lockdown. There had been no official shelter in place beyond a general air quality advisory sent to the broader area the previous night. Most nearby neighborhoods saw haze at dawn, and then sunlight by 8. Bramble Glen was different because of geography. A bowl-shaped street, tree cover, the drainage easement, poor airflow, and a private stormwater channel that ran directly behind our houses toward the industrial area. The particulate plume had pooled there. The streetlights stayed on because their sensors read darkness. The air smelled like wet mulch until it smelled like burned plastic because the heavier compounds sank and shifted as the temperature changed. That explained the sky. It did not explain Halcyon. That part came out slower, in pieces, mostly through lawyers and leaks, and one reporter who had the decency to stand outside the police tape and ask before filming anyone's face. Halcyon Environmental Response had been hired by the warehouse's parent company, not by the county. They were supposed to monitor air quality, document exposure levels, and help coordinate with officials. Instead, according to the first charging documents, some of their field team attempted to suppress evidence of how early the company knew the plume had reached homes. Outgoing mail could contain complaints, dated notes, samples, printed alerts, anything that established a timeline. The Tuesday newspapers were not newspapers at all. Not really. They were sample markers, bundles used by the field team to test deposition of particulates over time and photograph control points. Someone had dressed them to look like late deliveries because a newspaper in a gutter doesn't draw attention in a neighborhood like ours. At least, that was the theory. The fake alerts had been sent through a local spoofed emergency notification system, one designed for private facility drills. They had geofenced our street using residents' phone data gathered from a third-party marketing vendor. That sentence appeared in an article 3 weeks later. I read it 6 times and understood each word individually, which somehow made the whole thing worse. They had not hacked us like movie villains. They had bought enough crumbs of our lives to know where to frighten us. Marta's outgoing letter turned out to be about drainage, not the HOA fee issue I vaguely remembered. She had been writing to the county about a chemical smell near the culvert after heavy rain. She had included dates, photos, a list of times the streetlights stayed on longer than they should after dawn. She had been noticing the place before the place trapped us. When I visited her in the hospital 2 days later, the real sun was finally coming through the blinds. She had bruises around her shoulder, a bandage at her hairline, and a look that suggested the nursing staff had begun avoiding unnecessary conversations with her. "You were right," I said. She looked at me over a cup of hospital coffee. "You'll need to be more specific. I'm right a lot." About writing things down, that pleased her more than she allowed. "And you? What about me?" "Still needs certainty before acting." I lifted my stitched hand. "Apparently not. Don't confuse injury with growth." That was Marta, concussed, medicated, and still professionally unimpressed. Tom came in while I was there, guided by Riley. His eyes were better, but still red, hidden behind dark glasses the doctor had given him. Ben followed with a hospital cafeteria cookie in each hand. Riley looked exhausted in the way teenagers look after they have been forced to become older and would like someone to complain to about it. She handed Marta a folded piece of notebook paper. "What's this?" Marta asked. "A map," Riley said, "of the cul-de-sac, with the back routes and where the cables were, in case you need it for your revenge binder." Marta unfolded it very carefully. "My what? You know exactly what I mean." Marta looked at the map, then at Riley. "This is good work," Riley shrugged, but her face changed. "A small repair, not complete, real." Tom stood behind her, one hand hovering near her shoulder, but not touching until she leaned back into it. He had stopped saying, "I've got you," at least for a while. He had learned there are promises parents make for themselves. Nadine brought Hank home the same day Marta was discharged. He wore a little cone and hated everyone except Nadine, Riley, and the firefighter who had fed him part of a granola bar while waiting for animal control. The cracked tooth came out. The ribs healed. For months, he refused to walk near the bend unless Nadine carried him past the McCaffrey's mailbox. The cul-de-sac returned to almost ordinary life by June. Almost. The county installed an air monitor at the entrance, a squat gray box on a pole that blinked green most days. The warehouse shut down during the investigation. Halcyon lost contracts, then issued statements, then became a name in court filings. 2 employees took plea deals. The driver of the van was charged with reckless endangerment and evidence tampering. The parent company denied directing anyone to suppress mail or impersonate authorities, then settled with several residents without admitting wrongdoing. That is how large things apologize in America. Quietly, expensively, without saying sorry. We got our power back that evening. Real evening. The first actual sunset looked indecently beautiful. Gold along the rooflines, pink on the wet road, every normal color oversaturated because we had spent too long under orange streetlight. Nobody went inside to watch it from a window. We stood in driveways with bandages and blankets and cups of coffee gone cold, staring west like we had personally negotiated the sun's release. When darkness came naturally, half the houses turned on every exterior light, mine included. I wish I could say the fear ended with the investigation. It didn't. For weeks, I woke before dawn and checked the edges of the curtains. I kept expecting to see that same bruised sky, the street lamps refusing to die, the road bending into a darker band than it should. My phone alerts made my stomach contract. My laptop calendar chime once sent me so sharply out of my chair that I spilled coffee across a stack of insurance files. Riley started carrying 2 inhalers, one in her pocket, one clipped to her bag with a neon green tag that said not optional. She made the tag herself. Ben asked for a night light again and pretended he didn't. Tom stopped dismissing things out loud. When Riley said something felt off, he listened, even if he looked pained while doing it. Marta replaced her front lock with one that had no smart features, no keypad, no app, no remote access. She also oiled the side gate. Twice. Nadine started taking Hank to the mailbox at noon instead of morning. She said the light was better then. None of us corrected her. And me, I still review claims. I still look for the point where stories stop matching photographs. But I do it differently now. I used to believe truth was the clean thing underneath confusion, waiting for someone patient enough to uncover it. Now, I know truth can be filthy, partial, and human. It can wear a respirator and carry stolen mail in a canvas bag. It can hide behind words like safety and compliance and pending review. It can use a real hazard to justify a false authority. 3 months after it happened, a package arrived at my door with no return address. Inside was my old portable power bank, the one I had grabbed from my kitchen and lost somewhere between Marta's basement and the street. It had a crack across the casing and dried mud in the USB ports. Wrapped around it with a rubber band was a plastic sleeve from one of the fake newspapers. No note, no threat, just the sleeve. On the back, in black marker, someone had written, "Day 4, I called the sheriff's office." They took it seriously, or at least seriously enough to send a deputy who photographed it on my kitchen table and placed it in an evidence bag. He told me it was probably someone's idea of a sick joke, a neighbor, a reporter, some internet creep who had read too much about the case. He was probably right. That is the worst kind of explanation. Plausible enough to live with, not strong enough to rest on. Every morning now, before I make coffee, I open the front door and look toward the bend. Most days, Bramble Glen Court is just a street again. Mailboxes, damp lawns, a sprinkler ticking somewhere it shouldn't. Marta's curtains opening at exactly 7. Riley's car backing out too fast. Nadine in her robe, Hank limping happily beside her. The sun rises. The streetlights click off. And for 2 seconds, every day, I wait to see if they come back on. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale: I boarded a train at midnight. The ticket inspector has no eyes, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing that was wrong was the platform clock. Not broken, not stopped. Worse than that, it was running 6 minutes slow on one face and 11 minutes fast on the other. The two black hands disagreeing above the empty platform like they belonged to different nights. I noticed because I was already counting minutes, which is what you do when you are alone at a rural station after midnight with a phone at 12% and a train that should have arrived 7 minutes ago. The speaker above the ticket machine clicked twice, breathed static into the cold air, and then gave up without saying anything. My name is Daniel Mercer, 32, male, from Manchester, England. Though I'd been living in York long enough to start pretending the city had softened me. I worked as a claims investigator for a rail insurance firm, which sounds more interesting than it is. Most days were photographs of bent signs, wet platforms, sprained wrists, and people arguing over whose fault gravity had been. I had come down to Northallerton that evening to interview a retired signal technician about a minor collision that had become complicated because everyone involved had lied a little. I missed the last sensible train home because I stayed too long, partly from professionalism, and partly because I have a bad habit of believing I can fix things by asking one more question. That was my private flaw, if I'm being honest. I don't leave when I should. I stay until the room turns against me. The station smelled of damp concrete, old brake dust, and the greasy remains of something fried from the vending alcove. Rain had stopped 20 minutes earlier, but water still tapped from the roof canopy in slow, regular drops. Tick, tick, tick. Somewhere beyond the far fence, a lorry shifted gears on the A167. Then the sound flattened into distance. There were only 3 of us on platform 2 at first. Mara Whitcomb, 29, female from Leeds, England, stood under the harshest light with a cracked suitcase beside her, and one hand pressed around a paper cup of coffee from the station kiosk. She had a sharp, tired face and blonde hair twisted into a knot that kept sliding loose. I noticed her because she kept checking the departure board, then her phone, then the track, as if one of them might confess. When her suitcase tipped, I caught it with my shoe before it rolled toward the platform edge. "Cheers," she said, grabbing the handle. "It's got a wheel that wants to die." "Don't we all?" I said. She gave me the kind of smile people make at midnight when politeness is easier than silence. "You waiting for York?" "Yeah, you. Darlington first. Then Newcastle, if the railway gods are feeling generous." "They usually are." "No," she said. "They usually charge extra." Her voice had that dry northern steadiness that made everything sound survivable. She told me, without really telling me, that she'd been at her sister, S, in Harrogate after a family row, and needed to get back before work at 8. She worked in pharmacy logistics. Her sister had 2 kids, a dog that ate tights, and a partner Mara described as a man who thinks rinsing a plate is the same as washing up. It was ordinary talk, but ordinary talk has weight at that hour. It keeps the dark in its proper place. The third person was seated farther down the platform, half inside the shelter, where the light flickered every few seconds and made his face come and go. He introduced himself only after Mara asked if he knew whether the train was canceled. Elliot Vance, 46, male from Boston, Massachusetts, was an American academic with a blue rucksack, square glasses, and a voice made hoarse by too many conferences and too little sleep. He taught urban planning at a university in the States and was in Britain for a transport symposium in York. He had the nervous cheer of a man trying not to admit he had no idea where he was. "I'm following the app," he said, raising his phone, which is a mistake, I realize, because it says our train is both delayed and currently arriving. "That sounds right," Mara said. Elliot laughed too loudly, then lowered his voice. "Sorry, jet lag. Also, I have no idea how your trains work." "That makes 3 of us," I said. The departure board above us still read 0003 York, DLAYD below that in smaller amber letters. "Please stand back from platform." The warning flashed even though there was no train coming. No vibration in the rails. No pale curve of headlights. Just the empty black strip of track and the wet shine of the opposite platform. My phone buzzed. One message from my younger brother, Tom. "You get home yet?" I typed, waiting. Delayed. "Don't wait up." Then I deleted the last bit because Tom always waited up if he thought I was stranded somewhere. He was 26, old enough to stop acting like I'd fall apart without supervision. But after our dad died, he became the sort of person who sent home texts and pretended they were casual. I hated how much I depended on them. I sent, "Still at station. Will text when on train." The reply came almost at once. "Don't get on anything weird." I stared at that, then laughed under my breath, because brothers have a gift for saying stupid things that land too close to the truth. "What?" Mara asked, my brother being dramatic. Useful skill. My sister just sends voice notes while eating crisps. The speaker clicked again. This time, a voice came through. Not the usual automated woman, smooth and bored. This was a man's voice, close to the microphone, with breath catching between words. "Platform 2, he said. "The next train is for York." Calling at Thirsk, York, static scratched over the rest. Mara looked up. "That's not on the board." The amber letters still said DLAYD. Elliot stepped closer, squinting at it as if the pixels might be shy. "Maybe they updated the announcement first," he said. "Maybe," I said, though I'd never known a station announcement beat the system board. Not there, not on that line. A low tremor moved through the rail beneath us. I felt it through the soles of my shoes, a faint metallic singing. The platform lights reflected in the puddles and shook. Then the train came around the bend. It arrived with no horn. That was the second thing wrong. Trains do not always sound dramatic. Sometimes they slide in with less ceremony than people expect. But this one seemed to gather out of the dark without warning. Headlights dimmed to a yellowish blur, its front windows black, its blue and white side panels streaked with rain and grime. The brakes gave a thin, tired squeal that ran down the length of the platform and made Mara's suitcase vibrate against her leg. Elliot raised his phone and frowned. My app still says delayed. Mine too, Mara said. The train stopped with only 2 carriages aligned to the platform. The rest stretched beyond the light. No one got off. For a few seconds, none of the doors opened. Then one set released with a soft hydraulic sigh. The smell came out first. Warm upholstery, disinfectant, metal, and underneath, it's something sour, like damp clothes left in a gym bag. The carriage lights were on, but dimmer than they should have been, each fluorescent tube humming with a faint, uneven buzz. Empty seats, empty luggage rack, empty aisle. Mara leaned toward the open door, not stepping in. "This is the York train," the speaker inside the carriage crackled. "York service," said the same male voice. Elliot looked at me. "Is that normal?" "It's late," I said, which was not an answer. I checked the train number on the little digital panel beside the door. It was blank, not off exactly. Lit, but showing nothing. The glass was smeared with rain and a greasy thumbprint. Mara shifted her weight. "I need to get back." That was how bad decisions start, usually. Not with madness, with work in the morning, with someone waiting, with a phone battery turning red, with the ordinary life behind you applying pressure. I stepped closer and looked down the carriage. There was a copy of the Metro folded on one seat. A paper coffee cup rolling slowly near the far doors as the train settled. Nothing else. "Guards probably in the front," I said. "Ticket inspector, you mean?" Elliot asked. "Conductor, guard, ticket inspector. Depends who's correcting you." Mara snorted. "Get on or don't, boys. I'm not sleeping here." She lifted her suitcase over the gap and climbed aboard. For a moment, I nearly stayed on the platform. That sounds cowardly, but I don't mean it that way. I had the cleanest instinct I'd had all night. Wait, let this one go. The app was wrong, the board was wrong, the announcement was wrong, and that meant at least one system had failed. Systems fail all the time. That was my job. That was what I knew. Most failures are boring. A delayed update, a train running under a changed head code, a staff shortage, a signal issue, bad weather, cheap software, tired people. Still, my dad used to say, a mistake is just a warning that learned to speak. He said that before the stroke made language come apart in his mouth. The door tone beeped once. Elliot stepped in after Mara, looking back at me. "You coming?" I thought of Tom's text. "Don't get on anything weird." Then I thought of the last bus gone, the station closing, the rain starting again in the black beyond the canopy, and my own rented flat in York with the damp patch above the kitchen window. I thought of the report due Monday. The signal technician's file in my bag. The way my boss said flexible when he meant available. I got on. The doors closed behind me with a rubbery thump. Inside, the carriage was warmer than the platform, but not comfortably warm. More like the heat had been trapped there too long. The windows were fogged at the edges, and the reflection in them made the empty seats look doubled. Mara chose a table seat near the middle because it had a power socket. Elliot sat across the aisle and immediately plugged in his phone, then looked relieved when the charging symbol appeared. I stayed standing for a second, one hand on the pole, listening. The train did not move, Mara noticed me noticing. What now? Nothing. That's a face people make before saying something is probably nothing. It probably is. Brilliant. I sat opposite her. The seat fabric was scratchy through my trousers, and the table had a sticky ring from someone's drink. A small paper ticket was wedged between the window and the rubber seal. Not a modern orange ticket. Older, thin card, cream-colored, with a punched hole near one corner. I pulled it free before thinking. It read, NORTHLLRTON to York single valid after 0000. There was no price. No date. Just that neat black text and stamped across the bottom, the number 17. Mara leaned forward. Someone left that. Looks like it. Old. Maybe heritage stock, Elliot said from across the aisle, trying to be helpful. This isn't heritage stock, I said. The lights dipped. Not out, just down. A slow dimming, as if someone had turned a dial at the far end of the train. The hum from the fluorescents deepened. The speaker above the vestibule gave a little pop. Then came footsteps in the next carriage. Measured, heavy enough to carry through the floor. Mara stopped unzipping her bag. Elliot looked up from his phone. The footsteps moved closer through the connecting doors. Not hurried, not hesitant. Step, pause, step, pause. The kind of pace used by someone checking tickets on a quiet service, taking their time because there was nowhere else to be. I should have felt reassured. I didn't. The inner carriage door slid open with a scrape that made the hair on my arms lift. A man in a dark rail uniform stepped through. He was tall, maybe mid-50s, male, white, with a narrow build and a peaked cap pulled low. His coat was buttoned wrong, one side higher than the other, and rainwater glistened on his shoulders, though he had come from inside the train. He carried a ticket punch in one gloved hand. Not a scanner, not a phone, a metal punch, old-fashioned, the kind that clicks. His name badge was turned inward. Tickets, he said. His voice was the same one from the speaker. Mara reached into her coat. Yeah, 1 sec. Elliot fumbled with his phone. I have an e-ticket, sorry, just. The inspector came closer. The carriage light above him flickered twice. That was when I saw his face properly. At first, I thought he was wearing tinted glasses. Then I thought his cap had shadowed him strangely. Then he tilted his head toward Mara's phone, and there was no reflection where his eyes should have been. Not empty sockets, not gore, nothing theatrical. Just smooth, pale scar tissue drawn tight over both eyelids, sealed shut, and slightly shiny under the fluorescent light. Old injuries. Surgical, maybe. Burn scars, maybe. Kind of thing you do not stare at, because someone has lived with it longer than you have been frightened by it. He had no visible eyes. Mara's hand froze around her phone. Elliot made a small, embarrassed sound, like he had almost said something impolite and swallowed it. The inspector held out his gloved hand. Tickets, he repeated. I forced myself to breathe normally. Blind people worked. Scarred people worked. Strange-looking men were not warnings just because you met them after midnight. I knew that. I hated myself for the first ugly leap my mind had made. Mara recovered first. Sorry, here. She held up the QR code on her phone. The inspector did not take out a scanner. He angled his sealed face toward the screen. Then he raised the metal punch. Click. Mara flinched. He had punched the air beside her phone. A tiny circle of something white fell onto the table. Paper. Mara stared at it. "What was that?" she asked. "Accepted," the inspector said. He moved to Elliot. Elliot gave a nervous laugh. "I'm guessing you don't scan these." The inspector's head turned slightly. Elliot stopped laughing. Click. Another white dot dropped onto the floor. "Accepted." Then the inspector faced me. I still had the old cream ticket in my hand. He held out his palm. I could have shown him my phone. I had a valid ticket there, bought through the app, Northallerton to York, delayed service, off-peak conditions that probably didn't matter after midnight. But for reasons I still don't like examining, I gave him the old paper ticket instead. Maybe because he expected it. Maybe because I wanted to see what he would do. His glove closed around the edge. The leather made a dry sound against the card. For the first time, his expression changed. Not much. The sealed lids tightened. The corner of his mouth shifted. "Where did you get this?" he asked. "Found it by the window." "Not yours." "No." "Then you shouldn't hold it." Mara looked from him to me. Elliot's phone screen dimmed in his hand. I said, "I've got my actual ticket here." The inspector did not move. Behind him, through the glass in the connecting door, I saw the next carriage lights flicker in a staggered line. 1, 2, 3. Like a corridor waking up. The train lurched. We all rocked in our seats. Outside, the platform began to slide past the window. No announcement. No whistle. No visible staff waving us off. Just Northallerton Station peeling away into rain and sodium light. The inspector leaned closer and placed the cream ticket flat on the table between Mara and me. His gloved finger tapped the stamped number. 17. "Next stop," he said. "You decide." Mara blinked. "Decide what?" The inspector's sealed face turned toward the window, toward the darkness beyond it, as if he could see every mile of track ahead. "Whether you stay on," he said, "or get off when the doors open." Then he walked past us toward the rear carriage, the punch hanging at his side. Click. Not on a ticket. Just once, in the air. The sound followed him through the connecting doors. Mara slowly picked up her coffee and set it back down without drinking. Elliot looked at his phone, then held it up for us to see. No signal. My own phone had dropped to 9%. Outside, the train gathered speed into the dark fields north of York, and the old paper ticket sat on the table, damp at one corner, as if someone had held it in a wet hand before leaving it there for me to find. None of us spoke for a while. Then Mara said, very quietly, "We're not getting off at some random stop." Elliot answered, "Are there random stops?" I looked at the black window, at our reflections trembling over nothing. The train rocked gently under us. The lights hummed. Somewhere behind us, the inspector's punch clicked again. And ahead, in the speaker grill above the door, something breathed before the announcement came on. "Next stop," said the man's voice, soft and close. "Tollerton." Mara frowned. "It's not on this line." I knew she was right. Tollerton had a station once, decades ago. It didn't anymore. And that was the choice sitting in front of us. Stay on a train that had already stopped obeying the map, or step off at a place that should not have been there at all. The announcement ended with a click so neat it sounded edited. Nobody moved. Outside the window, there was no station yet. Only dark fields broken by the occasional pale smear of a farm track or a hedge line catching the train's lights. Rain needled sideways against the glass. The carriage swayed with that familiar late-night rhythm, metal on metal, soft jolts through the floor, the little plastic table trembling between us with the old ticket lying on it. Mara said, "Tollerton doesn't have a station." Elliot looked between us. "It used to, years ago," I said. "Closed in the 60s, I think." "You think?" "I investigate slips and damaged signage. I'm not an archive." Mara leaned across the table and jabbed at the cream ticket with one finger, not touching it for long. "Then why did he say it?" "Could be a staff route code," I said. "Could be an old recording patched wrong. Could be, don't do that," she said. "What? Don't make a list of comforting maybes when none of them fit." That shut me up because she was right, and because being right at that hour made her sound angry. Fear does that. It picks a coat and wears it. Elliot stood, phone held above his head, as if signal might be hiding near the luggage rack. "Okay, practical question. Can we talk to the driver?" "There'll be an intercom near the doors," I said. "There should be," Mara said. The way she said should made it sound like a fragile thing. I got up first, partly because I knew more about trains than they did, and partly because I wanted a task. Tasks are useful. They make the body believe the mind has control. I walked toward the vestibule, one hand brushing the tops of the seats for balance, trying not to look down the carriage toward the rear where the inspector had gone. The connecting door window showed only a weak reflection of our carriage. Beyond it, darkness. The rear coach lights were still on, but dim, and for a second I thought I saw a shape standing just out of frame. Then the train rocked, my reflection shifted, and it became a hanging advertisement panel. Nothing. Probably nothing. The emergency intercom was beside the doors in a yellow housing. The little instruction label was scratched, but readable. "Passenger help point press button to speak to staff." Mara came up behind me with her suitcase left by the table, arms folded tight across her chest. Elliot followed, still checking his phone. "Press it," Mara said. I pressed. A red light came on. The button gave under my thumb with a cheap plastic click. For 3 seconds, there was only track noise. Then a woman's recorded voice said, "Please wait. Your call is important." Elliot exhaled through his nose. That sounds promising. The red light blinked. The carriage lights dipped again, just enough to make the window reflect us harder than the outside. 3 tired people in the vestibule, wet coats, pale faces, a yellow help point glowing like a toy. A male voice answered, "Control." Not the inspector this time. Younger, distracted, real enough to make my chest loosen. I leaned close. "Hello. We're on the midnight service from Northallerton to York. There's been an incorrect announcement for Tollerton. Can you confirm the next stop?" A pause. Behind the pause, I could hear other sounds from wherever he was. Phones ringing. Someone laughing too loudly. The normal, ugly music of an office that had no idea you were frightened. "Which service is this?" he asked. "The delayed 003 from Northallerton," I said. "2 carriages. Departed a few minutes ago." Another pause. Keyboard taps. "Isn't a 003 currently running from Northallerton?" he said. Mara's lips parted, but no sound came out. I gripped the edge of the panel. "We're on it. I'm showing the York service as canceled at Northallerton due to staff availability." "That can't be right," I said. "We boarded it. 3 passengers at least. A ticket inspector is on board. Name or employee number? I don't know. The voice changed a little, becoming less bored and more guarded. Sir, are you on a train right now? What is the unit number? I looked toward the blank digital panel near the door, then at the thin metal plate above it, where the unit number should have been stamped. It was there, but someone had covered it with a strip of black tape. That was not normal. That was not software. That was a hand. Covered, I said. What do you mean, covered? With tape? Mara whispered. Oh, come on. The control operator said, Sir, do not interfere with train fittings. I need you to remain calm. I am calm. I was. I sounded like a man trying to pass a breathalyzer. Elliot stepped closer. Tell him we need the driver contacted. I did. Can you contact the driver? There's no driver logged for a canceled service. The red light on the help point blinked faster. Then the voice cut out. Hello, I said. Hello, the speaker hissed. The train jerked hard enough that Mara slammed shoulder first into the door frame. Elliot grabbed the pole. I caught the yellow housing with one hand and felt something sharp bite the base of my palm. The brakes did not apply. The train kept moving. You okay? I asked. Mara rolled her shoulder and winced. Fine, not fine, whatever. What did he mean canceled? Could be system mismatch. She gave me a look. Daniel, I don't know. The admission landed badly. I saw it in both of their faces. Until then, I had been useful because I knew the language of the railway. Delays, units, control, head codes, help points. The moment I said I didn't know, the train became larger around us. Elliot tugged at the black tape over the unit plate. It stretched, resisted, then peeled away with a sticky, tearing sound. Underneath, the plate had been smeared with something dark and glossy that wasn't quite dry. He recoiled. Is that oil? I touched it with the back of my nail. It dragged thickly. Grease, maybe, I said. Mara pulled a tissue from her pocket and rubbed at it. The number came through in broken patches. 156, the rest was scraped raw, as if someone had taken a screwdriver to the metal. Elliot said, Someone didn't want this train identified. That sentence sat there with us. The help point crackled. We all turned toward it. A voice came through. Not control. Not the inspector either. A child crying. It was faint and muffled, as if picked up from another carriage or another handset. A girl, maybe. Small, frightened gasps between words. Mum, mum, please. Then a clatter, a burst of static, and a man's harsh whisper. Be quiet. The line went dead. Mara's face changed instantly. Not fear first, anger. There's a kid on here. We don't know that, I said. She stared at me. We just heard her. It could be from another line. A crossed system. Recorded audio. The intercom, Daniel, stop. Again, she was right. Again, I hated it. Elliot swallowed. We have to look. I looked toward the rear carriage. The connecting door hummed in its frame. Through the small glass pane, the next coach seemed longer than it should have. But that was just the reflection, the angle, the way train windows compress light. I told myself that because the alternative was letting my imagination make decisions for us. First, I said, we try the driver. Mara shook her head. If there's a child, the safest thing is getting the train stopped at a staffed station. Tollerton isn't staffed, she said. That's my point. Elliot looked toward the front of the train. Driver's cab is that way. Yes, Can we get there? In theory, no. Passenger doors between units, staff only cab door. In practice, there's a vestibule at the front. Mara glanced back at the table where the old tickets still lay. And him, the inspector, had not returned. That bothered me more than if he had. A strange man in sight can be measured. A strange man elsewhere becomes every sound. We moved toward the front. I took the lead, not because I was brave, but because I knew where the emergency labels were. Mara followed close enough that I could hear her breathing through her nose. Elliot came behind, one hand on the seat backs, the other clutching his phone like it was still useful. The front half of the carriage was empty. Commuter empty. No bags, no coats, no dropped wrappers, except that one old Metro and a disposable cup. But there were signs of recent people, if you looked too closely. A warm dent in a seat cushion, a smear of lipstick on a window, mud flakes under one table, a child's hair clip, pink plastic with a chipped butterfly, caught between two seats. Mara stopped and picked it up. "Don't," I said before I could soften it. She looked at me. "Don't what? Touch anything? Evidence. Evidence of what?" I didn't answer. She held the clip in her palm. Her fingers were trembling now, just a little. "I have 2 nieces. One of them loses these everywhere. Sofas, cars, cereal boxes. You find one of these. There's usually a kid nearby getting shouted at for not keeping still." "Could have been here all day," I said. "It's clean." Elliot leaned over. "There's glitter on it." "Great," Mara said. "We've established it's festive. Can we keep moving?" At the front vestibule, the door to the driver's cab was shut. No window, just a gray metal door with a keypad and a small sign. "Staff only do not obstruct." I knocked. Nothing. I knocked harder. "Driver, hello. We're passengers. Can you hear me?" The train began to curve. We leaned with it. The wheels screamed briefly against the rail, a sound like metal being twisted slowly apart. No answer. Elliot pressed his ear to the door. "I hear something." "What?" He held up a finger. We listened. At first, only the track, the hum, the rain, then a tone from inside the cab. Beep, beep, beep. Regular, insistent. I knew that sound. The driver vigilance alarm. Modern trains have systems that make sure the driver is responsive. If the driver does not acknowledge prompts, alarms sound. If still unanswered, the train brakes automatically. At least, that is the clean explanation in manuals and incident reports. Real life is dirtier. Systems are bypassed, misread, isolated, patched, deferred, labeled for later. Later is where accidents live. Mara saw my face. "What is it?" "The driver's alarm." "Is that bad?" "It means the cab wants a response." "From the driver?" "Yes." "And is it getting one?" The beeping continued. No break, no slowdown. Elliot stepped back. "Why isn't it stopping?" "Could be not what I think," I said. "Daniel." I said could. Mara tried the handle. Locked. The train rocked through another curve, faster now. My stomach shifted unpleasantly. We should have been approaching Thirsk if this were a normal service. Not a dead station on a different stretch of map. Not whatever route the announcement thought we were on. I pulled out my phone and opened the Maps app. It loaded a gray grid and a blue dot that spun uselessly. No signal. GPS sometimes works without data, but inside a moving train under wet skies, inside whatever pocket of bad luck we had boarded, it gave me nothing. Battery, 8%. Tom had sent another message that had not delivered. Call me when you can. Below it, my unsent reply sat there with a little clock icon. I closed the screen to save power and felt absurdly ashamed, like I had failed him by getting onto the wrong train, like I had made the exact kind of decision he worried I would make. Mara banged on the cab door with the side of her fist. Hello, driver. There might be a child on board. The beeping inside continued. Then, finally, a sound behind us. Click. All three of us turned. The ticket inspector stood at the far end of the carriage, framed by the aisle lights. He must have come through the rear door without us hearing it over the alarm. Cap still hid the top half of his face, but the sealed skin where his eyes should have been caught the light with that waxy sheen. You shouldn't be here, he said. Mara stepped forward. Where's the driver? Return to your seats. No, where is the driver? The inspector's gloved hand tightened around the punch. Tickets have been accepted. Remain seated until the next stop. Elliot, to his credit, tried reason. Sir, we contacted control. They said this service is canceled. They said no driver is logged. The inspector turned his head toward Elliot's voice. The movement was too precise. I reminded myself he could be blind and trained by sound. People adapt. People compensate. Fear makes ordinary competence look inhuman. Control makes errors, he said. Is the driver okay? I asked. The inspector's head shifted toward me. You ask too many questions. It's my job. Not here. Mara held up the pink hair clip. Is there a little girl on this train? For the first time, the inspector did not answer right away. That was enough. Mara noticed it too. Her voice dropped. There is. Return to your seats, he said. No. The train gave another hard lurch, and the overhead lights flickered down to emergency level. The carriage shrank into blue-gray gloom. The driver alarm behind the cab door changed pitch. Beep, beep, beep. Faster. The inspector moved toward us. Not running. Walking. But with the balance of someone who knew every sway before it came. I lowered my voice. Mara behind me. Don't start, please. She stepped back anyway. Elliot whispered, what do we do? I looked at the cab door. Locked. I looked at the inspector, coming closer. I looked at the emergency equipment panel beside the vestibule, its red handle under a clear plastic cover. Emergency door release penalty for misuse, not while moving. Never while moving unless fire, derailment, direct threat. Opening a door at speed could kill someone. Pulling it might trigger brakes, or it might only unlock the local door and get us dragged into ballast at 60 miles an hour. Procedures are simple when written by people who are not trapped inside them. The inspector stopped 10 feet away. Give me the ticket, he said. The cream ticket was still on the table behind us. You put it there, I said. It isn't yours. Whose is it? Someone who got off. At Tollerton, no answer. Mara spoke softly, carefully. Listen, if there's a child in the rear carriage, we need to help her. If someone's hurt, we need to know. We're not trying to cause trouble. The inspector tilted his sealed face toward her. Trouble started before you boarded. That sentence made Elliot mutter, Jesus. The train began to slow. Not smoothly. It shuddered, brakes grabbing and releasing in uneven pulses. The beeping behind the cab door stopped. The wheels squealed. Mara grabbed the pole. Elliot stumbled into the wall. I braced braced my shoulder against the cab door and felt the vibration travel through bone. Outside, lights appeared, not many. A few lamps in the rain, a low platform edge, a sign flashing past too quickly to read. The announcement system clicked. "Next stop," the inspector's voice said above us, though his mouth did not move. "Tollerton. Passengers for Tollerton should alight here." Mara whispered, "No." The train slowed further. Through the side window, a platform emerged out of the dark. It was not a proper station anymore. It looked like a maintenance halt or an old platform never fully removed, concrete broken at the edges, weeds pushing through cracks, a single lamp mounted on a temporary pole, its light shaking in the rain. There was a signboard fixed to a fence. Tollerton, the letters looked newly painted. Beyond the platform, there was no car park that I could see. No shelter, no ticket machine, no visible road. Just fencing, wet scrub, and the black shapes of trees. The inspector held out his hand again. "Ticket," he said. The train stopped with a final heavy jolt. The doors beside us released. Cold air rushed in around the seals before they opened fully, carrying rain, diesel fumes, and another smell underneath, earth recently dug up. Nobody got off. Nobody got on. Then we heard it again. From the rear carriage, through two sets of connecting doors, and the body of the stopped train. A child crying. "Mom," she sobbed. "Please, I don't want to." A thump cut her off. Mara moved before either of us could stop her. She ran down the aisle toward the rear. "Mara," I shouted. The inspector turned with startling speed and went after her. Elliot grabbed my sleeve. "Daniel." I looked at the open platform doors. Tollerton waited outside, rain speckling the yellow edge line. If we stepped off, maybe we could get away from the inspector, find a road, call police once we had signal. If we stayed, we might reach the child. If we split up, we would become stupid in 3 different directions. The door alarm began to beep. The train was preparing to leave. Mara was already through the connecting door into the next carriage. The inspector followed her. Elliot's grip tightened. His voice cracked. "We have maybe 10 seconds. It was the time-sensitive problem, stripped of all mystery. The train was about to pull away from an abandoned stop, with Mara moving deeper inside it. A possible child in danger somewhere ahead. A driver we could not confirm was conscious. And one open door that might be our only exit. My flaw rose in me like a hand around the throat. I do not leave when I should. I stay. I ask one more question. I follow one more sound. The door tone grew faster. Elliot looked at the platform, then at me. "Do we get off?" From the rear carriage came Mara's voice, sharp and furious. "Daniel, she's locked in here." The doors began to close. I shoved my foot into the gap. Pain flashed up my shin as the rubber edges clamped against my boot, then released with a warning buzz. The system fought me. The door motor whined. "Go or stay," Elliot shouted. I pulled my foot back. The doors shut. The locks clacked. And as the train started moving again, taking us away from the only exit we had seen, the inspector's metal punch clicked from the next carriage. Once, twice, then Mara screamed. Mara screamed once, then cut herself off so sharply it was worse than if she'd kept going. I ran. train had 2 passenger carriages. We had boarded the front one, the one nearest the cab, with the locked driver's door at one end and the connecting gangway to the rear carriage at the other. Mara had gone through that gangway, following the child's crying. The inspector had followed her. Elliot and I were now trapped in the front carriage, with the doors sealed behind us and Tollerton sliding away into the rain. The floor shifted under my feet as the train gathered speed. I caught the edge of a seat, barked my shin against the metal base, and kept moving. The old cream ticket was still on the table as I passed it. I saw the stamped 17 upside down. I nearly grabbed it. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe because a ticket seemed less important than a woman screaming in the next carriage. Maybe because I was still pretending there was one sensible order to things. "Mara," I shouted. Elliot was behind me, breathing hard. "Wait, Daniel, wait." I hit the gangway door button. Nothing. The little green light stayed dark. Through the glass pane, the rear carriage looked wrong at first. Not impossible. Just wrong in the ordinary way bad lighting makes places unfamiliar. The aisle was longer than I expected because the perspective ran clean down the coach. Empty seats in pairs, luggage racks above, emergency lights glowing along the floor. The inspector stood about halfway down, one hand braced against a seat back. Mara was beyond him, near the far vestibule, bent over something low. "Mara." I slammed the heel of my hand against the glass. She turned. Her mouth moved. I couldn't hear her over the track and the thick rubber seals between carriages. The inspector turned too. He raised one gloved hand, not waving. Warning. Elliot reached past me and punched the door button twice, then 3 times. "It's locked. It can't be locked between carriages." "It is." I grabbed the manual release flap beside the gangway door, flipped it open, and pulled the red handle inside. It moved only an inch before stopping dead. A mechanical clunk sounded above us, but the door did not open. "Again," Elliot said. I pulled harder. The plastic handle flexed. Pain shot through my palm where I'd cut it earlier on the help point. The skin split properly this time, warm blood slicking the base of my thumb. The door stayed shut. Attempt 1, reach Mara through the gangway, failed, but it revealed something. The carriage interlock had been isolated or jammed from the other side. That was not a ghost story. That was tools, locks, someone with access or knowledge. Mara pointed at the floor near the far vestibule. Then she held up her hand. Not a child, a doll. For one stupid second, relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. It was a soft doll, pale cloth face, yellow yarn hair, one plastic eye missing. The crying we'd heard had stopped. Mara held the doll by one arm and shouted something toward us. The inspector stepped closer to her. She backed away. Then the train plunged into a cutting, and the outside world vanished. Black earth rose on both sides of the windows, close enough that the glass reflected the interior like a dim corridor. In the reflection, I saw Elliot behind me, eyes huge, phone held uselessly in one shaking hand. I saw myself with blood on my palm. I saw, in the glass, a 4th shape standing just behind my shoulder. I spun. Nobody. The shape was a coat hanging on a hook near the luggage rack, swinging with the motion of the train. Misdirection. Explainable. Still, my chest did not accept the explanation quickly. It kept pounding as if the coat had lungs. Elliot saw it too and gave a breathless, embarrassed laugh. "Coat, it's just a coat. I know, you didn't." No, the rear carriage lights flickered. When they steadied, Mara had moved farther away from the inspector, toward the rear cab end. She was holding the doll now like evidence, not comfort. The inspector had stopped between her and us, cutting her off from returning. Elliot wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "We need another way in. There isn't another way between carriages. What about outside? We're moving. What about when we stop again? If we stop again?" The help point behind us crackled. Both of us turned. The red light was blinking again, although neither of us had pressed it. Static pushed out. Then the same young control operator's voice came through in fragments. "You still aboard, sir? If you can hear me, identify your location." "British Transport Police have been," the words broke apart. I ran back to the vestibule, Elliot close behind. "We're still aboard," I said, leaning into the grill. "We left Tollerton. Moving south, I think. We have a passenger separated in the rear carriage and a possible child distress call." A burst of static. Then, "Repeat unit number. Partial marking 156. The rest is scraped. Doors locked, gangway locked, cab locked." Driver alarms sounded and stopped. There was a longer pause. The train rattled over points, hard enough that the luggage racks shivered. The operator came back lower, more urgent. "Listen carefully. If you are on a class 156 unit, emergency equipment panels are at both vestibules. There may be a guards panel in the rear coach. Do not open exterior doors while moving. Do you understand? Yes. If safe, locate any internal CCTV monitor, cab access panel, or public address handset. We need eyes inside the train." Elliot stared at me when the operator said eyes. I tried not to. "Can you stop the train remotely?" I asked. "No. Signaling can route and protect, but we need confirmed train identity. We're checking for unauthorized movement from sidings near Northallerton and old maintenance access south of the line popped." Then the inspector's voice came through the same speaker, calm and close. "Return to your seats." Elliot stepped back as if the grill had become a mouth. I hit the button again. "Control, hello, nothing. Attempt 2, contact control and get an external stop. Partial. We learned police might be involved, that the train could be an unauthorized movement, maybe from sidings, and that there might be a usable guards panel in the rear coach. But the help point was compromised. The inspector could hear or override it, and our instructions pushed us toward the same place we could not reach, the rear carriage. Mara slapped the glass from the other side. We ran back. She had come closer, but the inspector was only a few seats behind her. Her face was flushed, hair coming loose, her shoulder held stiff from where she'd hit the door frame earlier. She pressed the doll to the glass so we could see it. Then she turned it around. A small black device was taped to its back. Not supernatural, not a cursed toy. A baby monitor speaker, maybe, or a cheap voice recorder. I could see gray plastic, a bit of red wire, a strip of black tape. That was how the child's crying had moved around the train. Someone had planted audio to lure people. My stomach dropped in a practical human way. That meant there might not be a child, Or worse, there was a child, and someone had learned how useful that sound was. Mara shouted, "It's a recording." I could make out that much. The inspector grabbed her arm. She twisted, not elegantly, not like films. She jerked hard, slipped on the wet sole of one shoe, and went down sideways into the aisle. The doll skidded under a seat. The inspector bent, hand reaching for her. I hit the gangway glass with my shoulder. Once, twice. Pain bloomed across my upper arm. "Daniel, stop," Elliot said. "You'll break yourself before the door." I looked around for something heavy. Fire extinguisher, emergency hammer, anything. There was a small red emergency hammer in a locked case by the window. I tore at the case. It didn't open. Elliot said, "Move." He took off his belt. The buckle was square metal, heavy. He wrapped the leather around his fist and struck the plastic case. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th hit it cracked. He hissed and shook his hand, knuckles already swelling. I pulled the hammer free. The label said it was for windows. I used it on the gangway glass anyway. The first strike made a white star in the corner. The second widened it. The third bounced back and stung my wrist to the elbow. Train glass is tougher than people think. Laminated, layered, made to resist exactly the kind of panicked stupidity I was attempting. Elliot grabbed my shoulder. "If you break it, can we even get through?" "No." "Then why? I don't know." That came out too loud. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw he was close to falling apart. Not useless, not weak, just a man past his margin. He had a red mark on his forehead from hitting something when the train jolted, and sweat shone along his hairline despite the cold. From the rear carriage, Mara screamed again, but this time it was anger. She kicked upward. Her heel caught the inspector's knee. He staggered and slammed into the seat row. His cap fell off. The sealed scar tissue over his eyes was fully visible now. Under the emergency lights, it looked less like horror and more like old medical disaster. Burned skin, yes, but also graphed lines along the brow. His face was not blank. It was damaged. For half a second, pity cut through my fear. Then he reached down, found his cap by touch, and put it back on with steady hands. Mara crawled backward toward the far vestibule. Inspector did not rush her. He simply stood and followed. Elliot whispered, "Why doesn't he just grab her?" Because he didn't need to, I thought. Because the train was the trap. A metallic bang came from beneath us. Then another. The train slowed, not braking hard this time, but dragging, as if something under the carriage was catching. A hot smell seeped through the floor, scorched brake dust, electrical insulation, wet metal. The lights flickered again and stayed low. A new alarm began somewhere overhead. Not the driver vigilance beep. A softer tone, repeated. Mara, in the rear carriage, looked up. The inspector looked up too. Then the public address crackled. A recorded female voice said, "Due to a fault, passengers are advised to remain seated. Do not attempt to leave the train." Mara looked straight through the glass at us and shook her head. She had reached the rear vestibule now. Beside her, I could see the guard's panel the control operator had mentioned, a gray cupboard with a square keyhole, and a handset clipped inside behind a small glass panel. She yanked the cupboard handle. Locked. The inspector was 3 rows away. I held up the emergency hammer and pointed at the panel. Mara understood. She smashed the little glass panel with her elbow because she didn't have a hammer. It broke, but not cleanly. She jerked back, clutching her forearm. Even from our carriage, I saw blood run down to her wrist. She reached inside anyway and grabbed the handset. For one hopeful second, I thought we had done it. She had found a way to speak to the driver, control someone. Then every light in the train went out, not dimmed, out. The windows became black mirrors. The carriage filled with the raw sound of movement, wheels hammering rail joints, rain striking glass, Elliot's breathing, my own pulse thudding in my ears. Emergency strips along the floor came on after 2 seconds, low blue lines marking the aisle. They made the seats look like rows in an underwater wreck. "Daniel," Elliot said, "I'm here. I don't like this. I know." "No, I mean," something slammed against the gangway door from the other side. We both jumped back again. Bang, bang. "Mara," I shouted. No answer. A shape filled the glass pane. For one awful second, it looked like the inspector's face pressed close, eyeless and pale. Then a phone torch snapped on from below, and Mara's face appeared under it, distorted by angle and glass. She was alive, bleeding, furious. "Open it," she shouted. "We can't." She lifted the handset she'd taken from the guard's panel. Its cord had been cut clean through. She mouthed, "Cut." The inspector appeared behind her. Mara spun and swung the handset like a weight. It hit his shoulder. He grunted, more surprised than hurt. She tried to dodge past him toward us, but the train lurched and threw her sideways into the vestibule doors. The rear exterior doors. They rattled. For a moment, I thought they opened. Cold wind burst visibly around their edges, lifting Mara's hair. She grabbed the vertical pole. The inspector reached for her coat. The train was still moving. I stopped thinking like a claims investigator and started thinking like an animal. "Emergency release," I said. Elliot stared. "What?" "If we trigger our door release, it may dump the brakes. It might stop the train." "You said not while moving." "I said it could kill us if the door opens. That remains a concern. The system should prevent full opening at speed." "Should," the word hung between us, the whole night balanced on it. The train jolted again, harder. Somewhere under the floor, metal screamed. We were either on bad track, wrong track, or equipment was failing. Waiting was becoming its own decision. Ran to the front vestibule and lifted the clear cover over the emergency door release. Elliot followed. "Daniel, there are signs saying penalty for misuse." I almost laughed. It came out like a cough. "Invoice me." My cut palm slipped on the red handle. I wiped blood on my trousers and grabbed again. Before I pulled, the old cream ticket slid off the table behind us and skated down the aisle, pushed by vibration. It came to rest against my shoe. 17. Elliot saw it. "Leave it," he said. I bent and picked it up. That was another bad instinct, or maybe the only good one I had left. The moment my fingers closed around the ticket, the public address clicked on. The inspector's voice filled both carriages. "Do not pull that handle, Mr. Mercer." Elliot went white. "How does he know your name?" My throat tightened. The ticket, my app, my conversation with Mara, my brother's text. 100 ordinary ways, maybe. He could have heard us. He could have seen my ticket when I first got on. He could have known from the help point call. Ordinary explanations stacked up, but none of them made me feel safer. From the rear carriage came Mara's voice, ragged. "Daniel, pull it." The inspector's voice over the speaker remained even. "If you stop between sections, no one reaches you before the freight path." Elliot looked at me. "What does that mean?" It meant another train could be routed behind or across us. It meant stopping in the wrong place could make us a stranded obstruction on live rails. It meant he was either warning us or using just enough railway knowledge to keep me obedient. That was my flaw again. The procedure in my bones. I hesitated. Mara screamed. "He's got the door open." I pulled. The handle came down with a heavy mechanical thunk. A siren chirped above us. The vestibule door seals hissed. The exterior doors cracked open half an inch, then locked. Air knifed through the gap. Rain sprayed my face. For 1 second, nothing else happened. Then the brakes hit. The train slammed down on itself. Elliot flew backward into the luggage rack and folded to the floor. I hit the vestibule wall shoulder first, then my head snapped sideways into the yellow help point casing. White light burst across my vision. The old ticket tore in my hand, but did not rip fully. Metal shrieked beneath us, a long, tearing howl that filled my teeth. In the rear carriage, Mara disappeared from the window. The train slowed, did not stop. The brake pressure pulsed, released, caught again. We were grinding forward at maybe 20 miles an hour, then 15, then faster again, as if someone in the cab had overridden the emergency demand. The driver was responsive, or someone was in the cab. That was the new fact, and it made everything worse. Elliot groaned from the floor. I think my wrist stayed down. The train surged. The emergency release handle snapped back up by itself. The doors sealed. The lights returned in a weak yellow wash, and the gangway door between carriages unlocked. The little green light came on. For a moment, I just stared at it, stupid with pain. Then I understood. We had stopped trying to get out. Now the train was letting us go in. Mara was no longer visible through the glass. The inspector was gone too. At the far end of the rear carriage, the door to the rear cab stood open. Beyond it was darkness and a red emergency lamp, swinging slightly. Elliot pushed himself upright with one hand and made a thin sound through his teeth. His wrist was swelling fast. My shoulder throbbed. Blood from my palm had dried sticky between my fingers. The cut on my head was warm and wet near my temple. I pressed the gangway button. The door slid open. Cold air rolled through from the rear coach, carrying the smell of rain, hot brakes, and something sharper underneath. Chemical, like adhesive or cleaning solvent. Elliot said, "We should go back to the front and wait." The front cab door was still locked. The exterior doors were sealed. The help point was compromised. Tollerton was gone. Control had cut out. Mara was missing somewhere ahead. A planted crying doll lay under a seat in the rear carriage. The guard's handset had been cut. Someone in the cab, or someone with access to cab controls, had overridden the emergency brake. There was no back anymore. That was the point of no return. Not dramatic, not a doorway into another world. Just the ugly realization that every safe option had been used up or taken away. I stepped into the gangway. The rubber floor shifted under me. The connection between carriages groaned, wet and cold around the edges. Elliot came after me, cradling his wrist against his chest. The rear carriage waited in emergency light, empty except for the fallen doll, a smear of Mara's blood on the broken guard's panel, and the open cab door at the far end. Then, the train's public address crackled one more time. Not the inspector now. Mara. Her voice was small, distorted, and very close to the microphone. "Daniel," she said, "don't come through the rear cab." A pause, then quieter. "He's not the driver." The train accelerated, and the door behind us, the one back to the front carriage, slid shut and locked with a clean mechanical click. The rear carriage smelled like hot brakes and wet wool. I stood in the gangway with Elliot at my back, the locked door to the front carriage behind us, and the open rear cab at the far end. The train rocked harder now, faster, wheels hammering over old track joints in a rhythm that didn't match any main line I knew. The emergency lighting made everything shallow and blue. Seats, poles, luggage racks. Mara's blood on the broken guard's panel. The doll lay halfway down the aisle on its side. Its one plastic eye stared up at the ceiling. Elliot whispered, "We don't have to go all the way down there." The door behind us answered him with another lock click, as if something had heard. I had the emergency hammer in one hand and the torn cream ticket in the other. My palm had reopened during the brake jolt, so the ticket had a red thumbprint across the stamped number 17. It looked obscene, like I'd signed something. "We need Mara," I said. "And then what?" "I don't know." He gave a short laugh. It cracked halfway. "That's becoming our motto." We moved down the aisle. Left side, double seats, window, luggage rack. Right side, more seats, the broken guard's panel near the rear vestibule, shards of safety glass scattered on the floor like ice. Beyond that, the rear cab door hung open. A red lamp swung gently inside, making the doorway pulse. "Mara," I called. No answer. The public address gave a little cough. Not a voice, just static, then the sound of something touching a microphone. I stopped. Elliot bumped into me. "What?" From under the seat beside us, the doll began to cry. Not loudly, worse, soft and close. "Mom," it sobbed. "Please." Elliot flinched so hard he nearly dropped his phone. I crouched, reached under the seat, and grabbed the doll by the leg. The crying hiccuped from the speaker taped to its back. I tore at the black tape with my teeth and fingers until the small gray recorder came loose. Cheap plastic. A red wire. A tiny playback button jammed down with tape. Not a child. Not then. I smashed it with the emergency hammer. The crying stopped. The quiet afterward was not silence. It was the train working around us, metal whining, rain ticking the windows, Elliot breathing through pain, my own pulse in the cut above my temple. "That was planted," Elliot said. "Yeah, by him, or whoever's helping him." As if summoned, the inspector appeared in the open rear cab doorway. He stepped out slowly, one hand on the frame. His cap was gone now. The sealed skin over his eyes looked raw in the red cab light, not fresh, but badly healed. He held the metal ticket punch low at his side. Mara was behind him. At first, I only saw her hand gripping the cab bulkhead, then her face, pale, sweaty, furious. There was a strip of gray tape across her mouth. Her wrists were bound in front of her with black cable ties. She was sitting on the cab floor beside the driver's seat, half hidden by the control pedestal. The driver's seat was empty. Driver, just controls. And on the floor beside Mara, a man's orange high-vis vest, folded badly, dark with rainwater or something else. Elliot made a strangled sound. "Where's the driver?" The inspector tilted his head toward us. "There wasn't one when you boarded." My mouth went dry. A train can move without a driver for a little while if things go catastrophically wrong, but not like this. Not start, stop, override, announce, route. Someone had to be controlling it. Someone with training. Someone who had either been in the cab before or had rigged enough systems to make the train obey. Then the red cab lamp swung, and I saw the cable. A black lead ran from the control desk down to a battered laptop wedged under the second seat. Another cable disappeared into an access panel, its cover removed and hanging by one screw. There were strips of tape, a handheld radio, a small toolkit, a railway-issued key ring, and a printed diagram folded open on the floor. Not magic. The worst kind of real. Improvised control. Stolen access. Enough knowledge to be dangerous. The inspector smiled without warmth. "You see too much. Who are you?" I asked. "A man who got missed." His voice had changed. The railway politeness was gone. Underneath was exhaustion, resentment, something rehearsed so often it no longer needed anger. Mara made a muffled sound and kicked the cab wall. The inspector reached back and pressed the metal punch against her cheek. Not hard enough to break skin, hard enough to make her go still. "Don't," I said. He turned his sealed face toward me. "Then listen." The train hit a rough section of track. We all shifted. Elliot grabbed a seat back with his good hand. The inspector barely moved. "I worked nights 27 years, the inspector said, on platforms, on trains, in places nobody filmed unless someone died. Then one winter, there was a maintenance fault at Tollerton. Old access route, bad paperwork, wrong isolation. I was sent to check a report nobody wanted to own." His gloved thumb clicked the ticket punch once. "I found men using railway property to move things they shouldn't. Stolen copper, signaling cable, fuel, a child's bike once, suitcases. They beat me because I saw faces. They used solvent on my eyes because one of them thought it was funny." Elliot whispered, "Jesus Christ." The inspector's mouth tightened. Company called it off-site assault. Police lost interest. Men retired, moved, changed names. One became a contractor. One drove replacement buses. One sits on panels now and talks about safety culture. The train swayed. "And tonight," I said, "tonight they ride." I looked past him into the rear cab. "Who?" He smiled again. Not at me, at the idea. "The 17th, he said, "last one I needed." The ticket in my hand seemed to grow heavier. Mara shook her head violently. I understood then. Not all of it, but enough. The old tickets, the number 17, the planted crying, the fake announcements. This wasn't a haunted train. It was a private revenge staged on railway infrastructure by a man who had survived something brutal and had spent years learning exactly where the system was weakest. "You're abducting people," I said. "They boarded. You lured them. They always had a choice. That's not how choice works." His sealed eyelids tightened. "You sound like them." "Like who?" "Men explaining procedure. while someone bleeds. That landed too close to the bone. Because I had done that. Not with cruelty, not deliberately, but I had stood in vestibules and listed maybes while Mara heard a child cry. I had hesitated before pulling the brake because procedure had a hand on my throat. Elliot shifted beside me. Quietly, too quietly, he slid his injured hand toward the seat pocket. I saw what he was reaching for, the old Metro newspaper. Useless, unless he had a plan. He tore a strip from it with his good hand. The inspector heard the paper rip. His head snapped toward Elliot. Stop, Elliot froze. The train began to slow. The public address crackled again, but this time it was not the inspector's voice. A railway alert tone sounded distant and distorted. Then a woman's recorded voice. Caution. Signal ahead at danger. The laptop in the cab beeped. The inspector turned back toward it, just for a second. That was all Mara needed. She drove both bound hands upward and knocked the ticket punch away from her face. It clattered against the cab steps. She rolled sideways, shoulder hitting the control pedestal. The inspector lunged back. Now, she screamed through the tape, or tried to. It came out as a strangled noise. I ran. The inspector turned and swung his arm. The blow caught me across the side of the head, open-handed but hard. Light burst at the edge of my vision. I hit a seat, bounced off, and kept going because falling would mean stopping. Elliot threw the strip of newspaper. Not at the inspector. At the open cab floor. The paper landed across the laptop keyboard. For one ridiculous second, nothing happened. Then the laptop began beeping angrily, keys pressed, commands interrupted. The train lurched. The inspector spun toward Elliot, and I hit him with the emergency hammer. Not in the head. I couldn't. Even then, I couldn't make myself do it. I hit his forearm. The hammer made a dull, ugly sound. He shouted and dropped to one knee, his gloved hand clamped around his arm. The metal punch skittered toward Mara. She kicked it farther under the driver's seat. Cable ties, I shouted to Elliot. Elliot stumbled into the cab, face gray with pain. He grabbed the toolkit from the floor and dumped it out. Screwdrivers, electrical tape, a small pair of side cutters. The inspector surged up and caught my coat. He was stronger than he looked. His fingers bunched the fabric at my chest and drove me backward into the partition. My head struck plastic. The hammer fell, brought his face close enough that I could see the uneven graft lines at the corners of his sealed lids. You think I want this? He hissed. Yes, I said, because fear had burned away politeness. I think you've wanted it for years. He shoved me again. The back of my skull hit the wall. My knees weakened. Behind him, Elliot cut Mara's cable tie. The first snapped, then the second. The train slowed further. Outside, red light flashed past one window, then vanished behind rain. A signal. A reel. Somewhere ahead, the network was trying to stop us. The inspector heard the cutters snap. He released me and turned. Mara was free. She ripped the tape from her mouth with a sound that made my eyes water. Skin came with it. She didn't cry out. She grabbed the metal ticket punch from under the seat and held it like a weapon. Stay back, she said. The inspector went still. You don't understand what he did, he said. Who? Mara spat. The man in coach 17. There are 2 coaches. Not this one. His mind was not fully with us anymore. Or maybe it had been somewhere else all along, riding an older train through the same night again and again. Elliot leaned over the cab controls. "Daniel, I don't know what I'm looking at." I shoved past the inspector while he faced Mara. The cab was cramped, hot with electronics and stale breath. The driver's seat was empty. The windshield ahead showed rain and track, silver rails bending into darkness. Speed display falling through 32 mph. Brake pressure indicators flickered. The vigilance acknowledge button blinked amber. The laptop screen showed lines of text and a crude remote desktop window, half obscured by the newspaper strip. I knew enough to know I didn't know enough. That was the terrifying part. There was a red mushroom button near the console with a guarded cover. Emergency stop. Battery isolation. I didn't trust my knowledge. I had read reports about people making incidents worse by touching the one thing they thought would save them. The amber vigilance button blinked faster. A buzzer sounded. Elliot said, "Press it." "No, you sure?" "No." Mara and the inspector were backing into the aisle now. He had both hands raised, but he was angling toward the broken guards panel, toward something, a key, a switch, another way to lock us out. "Daniel," Mara shouted. I looked down at the floor. The black cable from the laptop ran into the open access panel. Human setup, human weakness. I grabbed the cable with my bleeding hand and pulled. It held. I wrapped it around my wrist and yanked again. The connector tore free from somewhere inside the panel with a snap and a shower of tiny sparks. The cab went mad. Alarms chirped. The laptop screen froze. The overhead lights flashed from blue to white to black. The train gave a violent buck, and the brakes applied full. This time, no one overrode them. The deceleration was brutal. I slammed into the control pedestal ribs first. Air left me in one hard grunt. Elliot hit the side wall and went down. Mara grabbed a pole with both hands and still swung off her feet. The inspector, caught mid-step, flew sideways into a row of seats. His shoulder hit first, then his head. The sound was small, a dull knock. Then the long scream of steel on steel swallowed everything. We were thrown forward and back as the wheels fought for grip on wet rails. Loose tools scattered across the cab. The laptop smashed against the threshold. Glass cracked somewhere behind us. My knees hit the floor. I tasted blood. The train slowed, slower, slower, stopped. For 3 seconds, none of us moved. Then everything exhaled at once. Compressors, brakes, rain, the ticking of cooling metal under the floor. Mara was the first to speak. "Elliot, I'm here," he said from the floor. "I'm not good, but I'm here." I pushed myself up on one elbow. Pain spread under my ribs in a bright, nauseating band. Breathing hurt. My temple throbbed. My palm was slick again. The inspector lay in the aisle, half against the seat base. His face was turned toward us, sealed lids pale under the emergency light. Blood ran from a cut above one ear into his gray hair. His chest moved, alive. Mara limped toward him, still gripping the ticket punch. "Don't," I said. She stopped. Her mouth was swollen where the tape had torn skin. Her eyes were wet, but not soft. I wasn't going to kill him. I know. I was thinking about it. I know. Outside the front cab window, Red signal lights glowed through rain. Far off, behind us or ahead of us, a horn sounded, low, real, enormous. Elliot lifted his head. "Please tell me that's help." I looked at the signal, then at the track diagram still taped near the laptop, marked with pencil lines and old access routes. Then through the wet windshield at the rails ahead, a freight path, the inspector's warning. Maybe not a lie. The horn came again, closer. The stopped train sat on live track, and we had no idea whether signaling had protected us in time. The climax had not ended with a rescue. It had ended with us having stopped the thing trying to carry us somewhere worse, only to become a dead weight in the dark. I forced myself into the driver's seat. The console blurred, doubled, then steadied. My hands shook so badly I could barely make them useful. "Radio," I said. Elliot pointed with his good hand. "There." The cab radio hung from a cradle. I grabbed it. "Emergency," I said, and my voice came out ragged. "Emergency, emergency, emergency. This is an unauthorized passenger train stopped on track south of Tollerton. Possible class 156. Passengers injured. Suspect detained. We are on live rails. Require immediate protection." Static. Then a voice snapped back, sharp and professional. "Caller, repeat location." "I don't know exact mileage. South of Tollerton. Old access route. Red signal ahead." Mara bent over the inspector and kicked his hand away from his coat pocket. A small black fob slid out. Keys. Railway keys, maybe. Stolen or old issued. The radio voice returned. "Remain in cab. Do not leave the train. Protection being applied. British Transport Police en route. Can you confirm number of casualties?" I looked at Elliot on the floor, wrist swelling purple. Mara bleeding from her arm and mouth. Me breathing in shallow cuts. The inspector unconscious but alive. "4," I said. "4 known." The torn cream ticket lay near the cab threshold, soaked in my blood and rainwater blown in through some gap. The number 17 was still visible. Mara sank into the second seat, shaking now that she had stopped moving. Was there ever a kid? No one answered, because we didn't know. Because the doll had been a recording. Because a hair clip had still been in the seat. Because men like him used truth and lies together until you couldn't pull them apart without cutting yourself. The radio hissed. Rain battered the windshield. Behind us, in the carriage, the inspector groaned. Mara raised the punch again. I reached out and put my hand over hers. It hurt both of us. My cut palm against her bruised fingers. She didn't pull away. "Police," I said. She stared at him for a long moment, breathing through her teeth. Then she lowered the punch. The freight horn sounded one more time, but farther away now, bending off onto another line or slowing beyond the signal. I couldn't tell. I only knew it did not get louder. The train stayed still. The red signal burned ahead. And somewhere in the dead public address system, under static and damaged wiring, the inspector's earlier announcement replayed in a broken whisper. "Tickets," a pause. "Please." None of us spoke until the first blue lights flickered against the rain. The first person onto the train was not police. It was a railway incident officer in orange waterproofs, climbing up from the ballast with a torch clenched between his teeth and rain running off his helmet. He appeared in the rear cab doorway like a man surfacing from dark water. For half a second, none of us spoke. We were too tired to be relieved properly. Then he said, "Nobody move unless I tell you." Mara, sitting in the second seat with the metal ticket punch in her lap, gave a cracked laugh. That's been the theme. The officer's torch swept over us. Daniel Mercer, 32, male, bleeding from the hand and temple, hunched in the driver's chair like I had any right to be there. Mara Whitcomb, 29, female, forearm wrapped in the torn sleeve of her own coat, mouth raw where the tape had come off. Elliot Vance, 46, male, on the cab floor with one wrist cradled against his chest, trying not to vomit from pain and shock. The inspector lay in the aisle behind us, breathing wetly, his wrists now tied with a phone charging cable, because it was the only thing Mara trusted herself to do with her hands. The officer saw him and stopped. "What happened to his eyes?" he asked. No one answered right away. Then Elliot said, "Old injury." It was an oddly kind thing to say, given everything. More people arrived after that. British transport police first, then paramedics, then 2 more rail staff with hard hats and grim faces. They moved with the brisk caution of people entering a scene where nothing could be assumed safe. One officer stepped over the broken laptop without touching it. Another photographed the cut handset, the smashed doll, the open access panel, the torn ticket on the floor. The inspector came round while they were securing him. He did not thrash. He did not shout. He turned his sealed face toward the sound of handcuffs and rain and said, almost politely, "You stopped too early." A constable leaned close. "Save it." The inspector smiled. Blood had dried at his hairline. "You'll find him anyway." "Find who?" "The 17th. The constable glanced at me. I shook my head. I had no idea. Not then. They carried us out one at a time, because the train had stopped on a section of track with no platform, no proper access path, just wet ballast and black hedges on either side. The rain had eased to a mist that caught in the torches. Somewhere farther down the line, a freight train stood idling under signal protection, its engine note low and patient. When my boots hit the stones, my knees nearly gave. A paramedic named Lorna Bell, 38, female, from Durham, England, caught my elbow and said, "No heroics. Sit down before you become more paperwork." "I hate paperwork," I said. "Everyone says that until they meet a stretcher." She wrapped my palm properly, cleaned the cut above my temple, and pressed 2 fingers under my jaw to check my pulse. Her gloves smelled of antiseptic and rain. The ordinariness of that smell did something to me. I had been holding myself together with action, but once someone else took over, I started shaking so hard the foil blanket rattled around my shoulders. Mara saw. She was sitting on the low step of a response vehicle, one arm bandaged, lips swollen, hair plastered to her cheek. "You look awful. You're very comforting." "I'm working on it." Elliot sat beside her with his wrist splinted. He had gone gray around the mouth, but still managed to say, "For what it's worth, I will never complain about American trains again." Mara turned to him. "You absolutely will." "Yes," he said, but with perspective. That was the closest we came to laughing. The police separated us after that. Not because they suspected us, they said, because statements contaminate each other. because procedure matters. I almost hated the word. Procedure had nearly kept me from pulling the brake. Procedure had also kept a freight train from plowing through us once control knew where we were. Both things were true, and I was too exhausted to hold them in my head at the same time. Detective Sergeant Helen Ward, 41, female, from York, England, took my first statement in the back of a heated police van that smelled faintly of coffee, plastic seats, and damp uniforms. She had short, dark hair, tired eyes, and the careful stillness of someone who knew when not to interrupt. I told her everything: the mismatched clocks, the blank train number, the old ticket, the inspector's sealed eyes, the help point, Tollerton, the crying doll, the locked gangway, the laptop, Mara's warning over the public address, the cable. When I finished, Ward looked down at her notes for a long time. "You understand how some of this sounds," she said. "Yes, but you're not describing anything impossible." "No," she nodded, as if that was the part that bothered her most. Good. By dawn, they had a name. The inspector was Arthur Vale, 56, male, from Middlesbrough, England. Former station dispatch staff, then contract revenue support, then medically retired after an assault 12 years earlier near a disused rail access road not far from the old Tollerton station site. That much came quickly. The rest came in pieces over the following weeks, through police updates, leaked local news, and one awkward phone call from my employer's legal department asking me not to speak to journalists. Arthur Vale had not stolen the train alone. That was the line the police gave publicly. They found evidence of tampering at a maintenance siting north of Northallerton, stolen railway keys, outdated route diagrams, copied staff logins, and a small workshop in a rented garage near Thirsk. There were old ticket blanks in a tin, a second metal punch, a stack of printed timetables, burner phones, and handwritten lists of names. 17 names. Some were former contractors. Some had worked around railway maintenance. Some were connected to scrap metal theft investigations that had gone nowhere. 2 were dead. 4 had moved abroad. 1 lived in York and had been reported missing the morning after our train was stopped. That man was later found in a lockup near an industrial estate outside Easingwold, alive, but badly beaten, tied to a chair beneath a work light. He was the 17th. The police never said whether he was one of the men who had attacked Vale, only that he was known to investigators. That phrase did a lot of work. There was no child on the train. That was the official finding. The hair clip had belonged to a girl who had ridden that unit earlier in the week with her mother. CCTV from another service showed her dropping it between the seats while eating crisps. The doll had been bought secondhand and fitted with a cheap recorder. The crying audio came from a family video pulled from someone's public social media account, clipped and looped until it became bait. Knowing that helped, it did not help enough. Mara called me 3 days after we were discharged. I had 3 cracked ribs, 6 stitches in my palm, 2 in my scalp, and a bruise across my shoulder shaped like the corner of the driver's console. I was at home in York, sitting at my kitchen table beneath the damp patch, looking at a cup of tea I had made and forgotten to drink. When my phone rang, I nearly dropped it. You alive? Mara asked. Apparently. Same. Her voice had the flat brightness people use after trauma, like they've painted a wall without fixing the damp underneath. How's your arm? I asked. Stitches, antibiotics. My sister cried, then shouted at me for getting on a weird train. Tom did the same. Older or younger? Younger, that's worse. It is. There was a pause. Then she said, I keep hearing the punch. I closed my eyes, click. One clean metal note in warm carriage air. Me too, I said. I threw out my coffee machine because it made a noise like it. That seems reasonable. It was a good coffee machine. Still reasonable, she breathed out, and I could hear traffic behind her, ordinary daytime traffic. You hesitated at the door. I know. I'm not saying it to blame you. You can. I did too, she said. At the rear cab. I had the handset. I could have run back sooner. I wanted to know if the kid was real. That's not a flaw. Neither is wanting facts. That was generous. Too generous, maybe. But I accepted it because I needed it. Elliot emailed a week later from Boston. His wrist was fractured, not sprained. He sent the message at 3:12 a.m. his time, which told me sleep had not returned to him properly either. He wrote, I have become the sort of person who checks whether train doors open before deciding where to sit. I dislike this development. Then, underneath, also, I still think someone was listening through the help point before Vale cut in. Not control. Someone else. I read that sentence 3 times. Then I closed the laptop. The investigation went quiet after the first rush of articles. That always happens. A story is exciting when there are flashing lights. Less so when it becomes procurement failures, access control, contractor oversight, legacy equipment, and the 1,000 dull gaps a determined person can squeeze through. My firm did not assign me to the case, for obvious reasons, but I saw enough internal summaries to understand the shape. Vale had known the railway well enough to exploit its forgotten edges. Old sidings, stored units, staff habits, codes that should have been changed and were not. A closed station site still accessible through a maintenance gate with a padlock that could be opened by a key issued before I finished secondary school. Nothing supernatural. Nothing impossible. That was what kept me awake. Because impossible things stay outside life. Real things come home with you. 2 months later, Daniel Mercer, 32, male, from Manchester, England, went back to Northallerton Station for the formal site visit. I hated that the report used my full name like that. It made me sound like a witness in someone else's body. Mara came too. She said she wanted to see the place in daylight and prove it was ugly rather than powerful. Elliot joined by video call from Boston, his face pixelated, his wrist still in a brace. Platform 2 looked smaller than I remembered. The vending alcove, the damp concrete, the canopy dripping in bright winter sun. The clock had been replaced. Both faces agreed. That's almost disappointing, Mara said. A railway manager walked us through the timeline, pointing with a clipboard. The cancelled York service, the unauthorized movement, the suspected tampering, the temporary closure of the access route, the new locks. When we reached the place where the train had stopped that first time, near the old Tollerton site, we did not get out. We viewed it from a road bridge, while wind pushed at our coats and traffic hissed behind us. There was no platform visible from there, just track, fencing, scrub, and a maintenance gate with fresh chains. "The sign?" Mara asked. The manager frowned. "What sign?" "The Tollerton sign." He looked uncomfortable. No sign was recovered. I turned toward the track. Rain had left the ballast dark between the sleepers. Beyond the fence, weeds moved in the wind. No platform, no lamp, no freshly painted board. "It was there," Mara said. "I believe you," I said. She gave me a look. "Do you?" "Yes." That was the unresolved thing. The police found photographs on Vale's phone of the temporary lamp, the platform edge, the access route, the train, even the inside of the cab. They found no photograph of the Tollerton sign. They found paint in his garage, brushes, stencils, timber offcuts. Enough to build one. Enough to say he made it, planted it, removed it, or meant to, but no sign. Not in the scrub, not in the train, not in the garage, not burned in the stove behind his rented place. It was a small absence, too small for official interest once bodies, sabotage, and abduction filled the room. Mara noticed me staring. "Don't," she said. "What?" "Do the Daniel thing." "I don't know what that is." "Make a list of comforting maybes." So I didn't. Arthur Vale pleaded not guilty at first, then changed it before trial on some charges and not others. The papers called him the eyeless inspector, which made me so angry I stopped reading them. He was not a monster because of his injuries. He was a man who had been failed, brutalized, ignored, and then had chosen to become precise with his damage. That distinction mattered. It still does. Mara went back to work. She said her nieces now thought she was famous because her name had appeared in a local paper, which annoyed her more than the scar on her forearm. Elliot returned to teaching. He added a lecture slide about infrastructure vulnerability and did not mention the doll. I stopped working rail claims 6 months later. Not dramatically. No final speech. I handed in my notice, served the period, cleared my desk, and took a job investigating workplace safety incidents for a smaller firm where fewer reports involved platforms at night. Tom helped me move the boxes. He did not say, "I told you so." He only found the old foil blanket folded in the bottom drawer and held it up. "Keeping this?" "No." "You sure?" "No." He threw it away anyway. Most days now are ordinary. I buy milk. I answer emails. I stand in queues and listen to people complain about delays. I still take trains because fear is greedy and I refuse to feed it everything. But I sit near the middle. I check the unit number. I watch staff faces too closely and then feel ashamed. Sometimes, late at night, a ticket inspector comes through the carriage and asks for tickets. A scanner beeps. A paper receipt tears. A hole punch clicks in an office somewhere nearby. And for 1 second, I am back under those blue emergency lights with rain on the windows and Mara's blood on the guard's panel. Then the moment passes. Usually, 3 weeks ago, I changed trains at York after a late meeting. It was just after midnight. Platform lights humming. Coffee cooling in my hand. A normal service, properly listed, full of students, shift workers, and one man asleep with his mouth open. As I stepped aboard, I saw something wedged between the window and the rubber seal of the seat opposite mine. a thin cream card. I did not touch it. The train was busy. The carriage smelled of crisps, wet coats, and someone's aftershave. The guard was a young woman with a scanner and tired eyes. Nothing was wrong. I stood there until the man behind me said, "Mate, you getting on or not?" I moved down the aisle. At the next stop, when the seat emptied, I looked again. The card was gone. Maybe it had been a receipt. Maybe a folded napkin. Maybe one of the little reservation slips older trains still spit out when the printers behave badly. There. That is the list of comforting maybes. I can still make one when I need to. I just don't trust it as much anymore. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.